This is the way it looks going into the final round. Woods and Rock out there in front. Just in behind them, Peter Hansen, who shot 64 yesterday, Francesco Molinari, Rory McIlroy and Paul Lawrie. Conditions ideal for the final round of the Abu Dhabi HSBC Golf Championship being played at the United Arab Emirates. Conditions again ideal here in Abu Dhabi. It's sunny. Well, it has been every day. There was a bit of a breeze from the south-southwest, but it might just veer around to the north later in the afternoon. The greens are running at 11 feet 10 inches on the stimp meter. That's just a little quicker than yesterday on this 7,600 yard par 72, which has been the venue each year of the HSBC event. The last three groups today, impressive enough. George Coetzee and Kingston with Gonnet, Molinari, McIlroy and Lawrie. And the last three ball, Robert Rock, Tiger Woods and Peter Hansen. Well, this is McIlroy for a birdie at the second. He parred the first hole. Oh, isn't that a good putt to hold from Rory McIlroy? He goes to 10 under par. Francesco Molinari and Paul Lawrie all birdied the first hole, so they too are on 10 under par. So Woods and Rock, who both parred the first, are 11 under. McIlroy, Molinari and Lawrie are 10, and just in behind them James Kingston and Jean-Baptiste Gonnet from France, who are on 9 under par, with Peter Hansen, who was in the water off the tee at the first, played a good third shot and then holed a putt across the green for his par 4. Charles Schwartzel 2 under through 8, I beg your pardon, is now 6 under par. Sergio Garcia doing better today than yesterday. Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño is 6 under par, he's 1 under par. Jaco van Zyl from South Africa 2 under today, and Thomas Aiken 2 under. With me in the commentary box, Ken Brown, former Ryder Cup golfer, and Warren Humphreys, a former tour winner, and on the course another tour winner, Paul Eales. Paul's watching, as you might expect, the final group of Rock, Woods and Hansen.
Yes, and it would be Robert to play his second shot at the second first here. 308 to the pin, so just a layup. Nothing wrong with the lie. Just playing for distance for his third shot and approach shot in.
That's okay.
You guys gotta slide back, guys. Hey guys,
McIlroy made a birdie at this second hole, but Molinari and Lawrie both parred.
The other side of the path.
I'm not so sure why they're allowing people to cross the fairway there. But not let Peter German see that. He's the man who's in control on the grounds.
Well, Tiger's found a good lie here, just to the left of the bunker. He's got 278 yards to go to the front edge of the green.
Nice and still,
Maybe
please.
Yesterday that would have been okay. Today there's a change of wind. It's out of the south. It's sort of slightly into him, but off the right. Be a big hit if he can get it to the front edge here.
Not the widest gap to run between the two front bunkers.
Stays in the air a long time. Tiger's ball nowhere near the green. It's now in the waist area after having found the rough off the tee.
Can you stand still there, please? Thank you.
Paul, what happened to that shot of Woods?
I didn't see it, Ken. I don't know whether it took off a little bit higher than I thought, but I didn't see the flight of it at all, and there's no movement down by the green.
Yeah, it looked like he skied it to me the way it came down, or he certainly seemed to go underneath it.
That's probably why I didn't just catch it there. That was a great par-saving putt for Peter at the first hole. He's got 281 yards all the way back to the pin. Again, he's going to have to nuke this one to get it on.
Out of position off the first tee, out of position there. He's certainly short-sighted himself, so maybe just feeling a little bit anxious. Peter Hansen getting the body ahead of the ball, just a little bit quick. Obviously keyed up, playing with this man here, Tiger Woods.
It's be interesting to see how high this flies. I think he may have gone underneath it. Let's have a look. Yeah, not really. Certainly came off the top of the club.
And it's gone into that wasteland area way to the left, out of position. He's not birdied this par 5 once this week. In fact, he's pretty lowly in terms of his play on the par 5s, only 3 under for the long holes. And that's not normally the way Tiger plays, but he's been very cautious in the way that he's gone about his business this week.
Gone at the third. Played a good one too. That will guarantee him his 4. Jean-Baptiste 4-4-4. And birdie at the second for him moved him to 9 under. And on the third tee, McIlroy.
Been aggressive all week. Really has favoured the driver, trying to take on the corner of the dogleg hole that moves right to left, but he'll leave him a longer second shot. Play to the right of the elbow.
The prevailing wind usually on the second is straight behind him, so this is quite unusual. Usually about this time of day it can change direction, so that third hole, second and third run in the same direction. So this is back into the right to left breeze.
Well, our marshal that's been annoying everybody has just put Robert off already, moving the crowds back. So she's consistent anyway. 104 for Robert. Absolutely right in the middle of the fairway. Pin tucked on the right hand side. There is a little downslope just before the pin that Robert might just have to negotiate.
Good shot. Excellent shot from Rob. He's just got to play his own game today. He's playing with Tiger. He wants to watch Tiger, but he's got to just remember and play it the way he's been playing over 3 rounds so far. That has taken them into a share of the lead with 18 holes to play.
He's never played with Tiger before, and this looks awkward, Paul.
Yes, it is absolutely no chance of making it what you would term a normal swing at this, Ken. Got to go quite flat here. Could snag it up as well. He's got some rough to carry to get it on there. Just 95 yards to go, so look for a running shot here. Just try and jab it forward. Strong hands.
Go on, run.
He had it running and just failed to make the green. Tiger knows that he's the clear favourite to take the title, having got himself into a winning position, so there is a bit of pressure on him.
Well, he hasn't won what you'd call a regular tournament for over 2 years. November 2009 was his last victory. That came in Australia.
James Kingston putt all the way uphill. Very slow putt on the third. And gives him a little bit to worry about. 1 under for the round. Good birdie for him on the par 5 second.
See where that flag is cut. Let's have a look. 4 paces, 18 on 4 from the right, so missing on the right here is going to be awkward for Hansen.
Yes, like you said, Ken, wrong side. They've moved the advertising sign. That's a movable obstruction, so no room at all here for Peter. If he can get this within 30 feet, I think this is a pretty good shot from here because it's downslope and no green at all.
breeze helping. That really was about as good as you can do. An excellent recovery.
Kingston for his par. Well done. Two-time winner on the European Tour. Picked up his first one in the South African Open a few years back, and of course one in Germany as well.
Mark Foster's already had a couple of birdies today at 4 and 5, and that's a 6th. So 3 birdies in a row for him as he moves to 8 under par and into a share of 9th spot with George Coetzee, who's parred the first 3 holes.
Pin at the back of this third green and an awkward little ledge. 168 to go, so tricky to get the ball on that level. Punch under the breeze. Commercial.
And safely on as Tiger at the second. It's a long effort this, Paul.
I tested for Tiger here, down the hill on a break from right to left and then come back again at the end.
He's done it. He's done it. Didn't go to the second before, but he has now. The little Brucey Bainers there.
Well, a birdie perhaps hardly deserved, but he'll certainly accept it. He's taken the lead on 12 under par.
And that rural whistle around the course, won't it? What's he done now?
Well, this is a birdie from Tiger of old, having to really scramble underneath the trees. And he's about due one of those. I don't think he's held anything of that length all week. And that might really get the adrenaline going.
Robert Rock, of course, has the chance to match that birdie, but first of all it'll be Hansen.
Right to left, quick for Peter here.
Amazingly, Peter Hansen was 4 over after his opening 6 holes this week and was worried about making the cut. Now he's out in the last pairing. So it's an amazing game if you can stick in.
That's a terrific pitch shot there from Robert Rock. Just the different ways of playing the hole here. Laid it back off the tee, iron shot down, 100-yard pitch to here. And a little left of centre with this one. He's got to be careful. There is some movement in it.
But he's got it, and he joins Tiger on 12 under. Good for Robert Rock. Not so long ago he was just a club pro and a golf teacher, as Hansen puts it in for his par. So Woods and Rock on 12 under, 2 clear of Molinari, McIlroy and Laurie.
It's awkward third, 439 yards. You play from a really elevated tee. You can see the fairway, but the fairway sort of tilts from left to right and the hole goes the other way. And with the breeze into the player's face today, quite a tough tee shot. And second to one of the smaller greens on the golf course with the pin set in this little back ledge, which is about 8 yards deep and 10 yards wide. So awkward to get the ball back on it. So a cracking little short hole, pin on 23.5 from the left. Gives you an idea, ranked second most difficult, 4.3. There's 2 birdies today.
It's been an awkward hole all week, hasn't it? When you think it's not really overly long. But again, I think it's just that narrowing of the fairways. They can't quite see where the fairway bends and moves back on this teeing area, although it's elevated.
Yes, Warren, there's a lot of the tees here visually demanding for the players once they're up there. All you can see is the rubbish. Not a lot of fairway down there. Driver for Robert.
Looking a little bit anxious. Certainly in the rough. He was hoping to clear the bunker and the rough and get it on the fairway. He's failed to do that.
He's only hit 50% of the fairways coming into the final round. He's used to playing out of there.
So we've seen a couple of lefts from Tiger so far. See whether he can get the face under control again. Normal service resumed from this week. It really has been strong performance from Tiger all the way through. Bunkers down the left, which probably not being able to carry. Plenty of room on the right.
Very much a controlled swing there. Not quite got it out onto the fairway. Just see the top of the ball, so it should be okay.
Francesco Molinari is putting for a birdie here at the third, but it's up the hill and he has left it short, as did Kingston.
A little bit of grain on the greens. Tiger spoke about it after the first round. The grain tends to go with the slopes. It's not a huge amount, but just enough. It makes it a little bit slower up the hills and a little quicker down the hills.
Yes, Tiger and Robert just catching up in the rough on the left-hand side of the fairway. Water down the right, though.
They look a little bit stronger, Peter Hansen, this year. He's been working with a coach in America, in Orlando, Mike, in cage fighting. It's one of those where it's all around fitness. So it's very much more into toning the body all round and away from the golfing muscles. But he certainly looks a lot stronger.
McIlroy up the slope, putted very nicely this week. 25, 28 and 29 putts. This is just a little slower than you think.
Looks very focused this morning. Did his practice routine a long way away from Tiger. A lot of other youngsters were practicing right next to the man who's leading, but Rory very much sheltered away from all the hubbub.
Mark Foster.
Can he get another two here and keep his birdie run going? Well, he might well do. Good shot. I can tell you that Charles Schwartzel's just had 3 birdies in a row at 7, 8 and 9 to get through the turn in 33. He's moved to 7 under. He's 5 back. And Romain Wartel from France out in 32 today, 5 birdies. And he's on 8 under. But that's the way it looks at the present moment. Tiger Woods and Robert Rock have both had birdies today, and they lead by 2 in Abu Dhabi. Paul Lawrie's putting for par up the hill here. He may have learned something from the putt of Rory McIlroy. Oh dear, that was so close, wasn't it? But he's going to drop a shot. Connie didn't make the birdie there, so he will hopefully make par at the 4th.
Extension to the front of the 4th green. It's allowed to put this front pin today on number 4. 7 on 6 from the left. Frenchman looking a little bit hectored, but he's putted beautifully this week.
par putt for Molinari. I tell you, when he's putting well, he's deadly. He putted well in the HSBC Champions event when he beat Lee Westwood, and that was very competent. He popped in the hole. He's 10 under par. He's only 2 off the lead.
All hug the left side. Rock and Woods in the rough, just depends on their lies, and Hanson on the fairway. All got about between 114, 152 with their second shots.
Yes, Robert's got a bit of a tough lie. His is right down. Tiger's okay. Of course, no problem for Peter in the middle of the fairway. I've just been talking to the former Italian Open champion Dean Robertson, who's working at Stirling University with some students, and they're out here absolutely loving it. They're over to do some warm weather training. Dean's also the coach of the Palmer Cup team, which is the college kids, so they're learning an awful lot.
I can tell you, Stirling University had a great year last year. They won an awful lot of events.
Yes, and Dean takes a lot of credit for that, although he would never accept it himself. But what an opportunity for the boys to learn here. 152 yards for Peter. Like Ken was saying, the pin cut back on this top little shelf, back left-hand side, so not a lot of room. Danger here coming up short. There is a slope, and that ball could spin back and away from the flag.
Yeah, just where you'd like to land the ball is a little tear. It's not a sharp tear. It probably covers about 4 or 5 paces of the putting surface.
This breeze is just going to test them a little bit today, Ken. It's out of the south. It's a different direction from the first 3 days, and this one's blowing across them and a little into the face as well.
What it tends to do here during the day actually changes direction, so you've got to have your wits about you.
Right over the flag, but over the green as well, unfortunately. Still lying okay. You can chip it in from there.
McIlroy on the 4th. Feet together to this front pin, so it looks like he's going to play a little half shot here. Just knocking one down, gently goes at it. It's a good shot. Not easy on that front pin. It's not very wide, doesn't give you much of a target.
Gouging and beautifully gouged from Robert Rock onto the little terrace. Terrific.
What a fabulous shot. You know, looked after he finished that he hadn't got all of the ball, but he had.
Tiger, good lie, 142.
Oh dear, what a cracker.
Might have a nice little contest if this continues with Robert and Tiger. Working the game very much from his feet up, those soft shoes helping him, but the angle that he creates here going back has been the biggest change in Tiger's play so far this season. Lovely position at the top where he can now turn through and knows that there is no danger of the ball really going left on him. Beautifully under control, even coming out of the rough. A lot of compression on the ball.
His coach Sean Foley showing him a video of what he was playing like when he was a youngster. And he won a lot of stuff as an amateur, as you know, 3 US amateurs. And he's playing more now the way he did then.
Tidy swinger of the club, Molinari. Usually hits a lot of greens, and well, he's been fortunate there, just nicely coming off the shoulder of the bunker.
Foster for a 2. at the 7th. Hasn't won on the European Tour, but has come very close to winning. And one would imagine he might win this season. Just a 3 there, though. Very comfortable 3. And he'll stay 8 under.
Yes, just had a look at Peter's lie there. It's lying nicely. Everything's going downhill and away from him now. A little bit of shiny as well, so it's the grain's that way, quick. Break a little from the right as well. So a delicate one, but certainly one that he's got a chance of popping in.
At the line.
Like you were saying, Ken, that was a terrific shot from Robert there, because that ball was sat deep down in the rough. Controlled it beautifully, and just that little bit of fortune to get the right bounce and run up. Virtually pin high. Nothing in this one for him here.
Well done, Robert. Well done. Perfect start. 4-4-3. Par, birdie, birdie.
And for just a few seconds, the leader on his own.
25 putts in his round yesterday. He's had 8 fewer putts so far this week than Tiger, so the flat sticks work well for him.
No danger there. Beautiful second shot from Tiger from the rough. And Woods and Rock are now 3 shots clear of their nearest rivals, having birdied the second and third.
Molinari down the chute here on the 4th. Ball being watched very closely by McIlroy, I'm sure, who could probably look across, and he'll know that Tiger's birdied the 3rd.
Italian who lives in Kensington in London now.
Very fashionable address.
Yes. Sort of Italian address, isn't it?
This man's never moved away from Aberdeen, though, has he?
No. I just missed that again by a fraction.
Got a wonderful touch going this week. Every putt looks having a sniff at the hole if it doesn't go in.
That was a wee bit careless, though. Still, he's 9 under par. He's 4 shots off the leader, however. He's level par today, and the leaders are 2 under. Well, if McIlroy is going to have any chance of catching Woods, who's watching up there on the tee, he'll have to hold putts like this.
I feel he's got to get something going. He's got to get a charge. He's got to get the feel that he's going to be in there with a shout over the back 9. Just took a little turn halfway down, but always a little on the soft side. But he's played the par 3s well. 7 under this week for the short holes. That's very good going.
Oh, that is impressive.
Trouble is, he's 3 over for the par 4s. Had one of those weeks.
No, straight. I trust that then. 66 as well.
There's one or two interesting characters out here watching. David Lloyd, the former Lancashire and cricketer, England coach as well, watching on closely. 157 yards this is playing today. Bit of breeze into the face, elevated tee shot.
I think he thought it might have been going into the bunker. At least he's on the green. He is putting.
Yes, it went right along the tightrope, another foot to the right, and it's a bit gobbled up in that bunker, and it's quite a deep one.
Interesting to see what Tiger does with the ball flight on this one. He's hit some beautiful crisp iron shots this week. Not altogether close to the pin, but very controlled. One on the last, virtually hold it. Did make a 2 here in round 1 when the pin was further up. I think this could only be a knockdown 9-iron for him here. And, Ken and Warren were watching really closely on the range this morning as Tiger was loosening up, and so were all the other players.
Might normally have run into the bunker, but it didn't on this occasion. Oh, that's wow. Something of an off shot for Tiger there.
He gave that a little bit of an extra dig. I think he was thinking that maybe the wind was going to affect the ball. Maybe it just died. That flag's gone very limp right now, but my goodness me, the next one's going to be testy.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that one, probably more than Tiger is. He just said 9-iron as well for Peter. That wind's still there though, Warren. It hasn't dropped.
Well, at the end of the day, Robert Rock's tee shot the best of the 3. And that's what Tiger's got to do.
New buggy gets it and they can change everything over.
Woods and Rock at 13 under, Molinari and McIlroy at 10. Gonny, Laurie and Hansen at 9. And there are 3 players on 8 under, Wattle Foster, who has one, of course, down in South Africa.
Okay, go.
Gone 8, second shot to the 5th. Got a very good setup, nice posture. That's a beautiful shot to that front pin. Quite accessible today.
This is a full working day here in Abu Dhabi.
Might not be too many people at work, Renton.
1 or 2 sick notes, do you think?
5th tee. McIlroy. Long par for this one. Playing quite as long as it has been this week because the breeze has changed direction. A cracking tee shot, front pin.
Well, Luke Donald there, the world #1 at the present moment. He's got a birdie putt here at the 18th to finish on even par. Hasn't played much golf prior to coming here after what was a very busy year for him, 71, 72, 73, 72. So finishing at level par, and he'll resume his holiday now, and he won't turn up again before he tickets to Los Angeles.
Tiger Woods having a look at this little pitch. He's going down the other side of the mound. Where's he going to land it? It is manageable. Oh, that's Hanson's ball. Dear. We've seen one or two of these this week, plug balls, and they're dreadful ones. There, it gives you an idea of the slope he's got to come down. He's on the upslope, so he can nip it. But as it's going down the slope, he'll want it grabbing a little bit.
Yeah, interesting choice of clubs, Ken. I came around the back of there and thought, do you know what, he could actually putt this one. There is a sprinkler head just to the left of his line, and this one's all about the contact. It really is where he's going to pitch it. It's all running away from him, nice and shiny, and if he does go to try and land it on the green, it's certainly going to shoot forward, so he's going to have a bit of speed on this one and nip it to get some spin. I think for those that are a little nervous, it might just be a bumble or a putter down the slope and let it swing right to left, but not the great man.
It's tough to stop them.
Yes, Peter's plugged here, but he's actually got a chance. He's on the upslope and not a million miles away. This ball's going to come out high and soft, probably a little bit of run, but he has got a chance here.
Shortest hole on the course, but it's a little cheeky one today with that front pin.
Awkward pin. Gone, eh? I knew he'd missed that one. Immediately hit it.
Comes from a good sporting family, doesn't he?
Yes, his father was a pro basketballer and his mother was a pro tennis player, wasn't she?
Good job he turned to golf then. No arguments in the household.
He wanted at one stage to be maybe a tennis pro, but chose golf.
Thomas Bjorn's approach to the 6th. And that's a gem, a real gem. Just using the breeze and the contours and drawing it right into that back left pin.
Well, it might be on the narrowest part of the green, but it's also the flattest part of the green here, the front section at the 4th. May just be a little hair of right to left in this for Robert.
Stayed out there. Read the right to left break. Didn't take it.
He still might be the leader when he wanders off this green though. Currently tied at 13 under, Woods and Rock. Tiger's got a bit of work to do to make his par.
Yeah, Ken, what? I know you're not down here, but Peter will be disappointed with that bunker shot and just gave it a little bit too much. One of those that you can, coming out soft, you know it's going to run, but I suppose at the back of his mind he just wanted to get it out, didn't he? But this is a real tall order. He did hole from a little longer than this on the first to save his par after being in the water from the right.
Obviously a tricky one to read.
Very nearly got it too.
Maybe early in the season, not scrambled too well so far this week. Only got it up and down 6 out of 12 times over the first 3 rounds, so a little bit rusty.
At the 5th, Molinari from the rough.
Go. No.
Might be a win for Francesco. I think he'd prefer it to be in sand there than in the thick stuff.
Tiger's prowling round this green. This front portion is a new section of the putting surface. It's just exactly the same pace and trueness, but just looks a slightly different colour. Putts 35, 28 and 30, so just average for Woods.
Just wonder whether he's rueing that he didn't putt the first one from the fringe. But he is coming back up the green, 15 feet or so.
Well, he hit it hard enough to get it up to the hole, but he didn't get the line right, so he's going to drop a shot, and Robert Rock is going to be in the lead on his own.
Just his third drop stroke of the week. He's been very tight this week, thrown too many strokes away.
He's gone 24 holes without a bogey. 16th in the second round was the last time Tiger had dropped a shot. So he's been pretty frugal.
Rock's still got his nudges in, but most of the crowd don't worry too much about it. They've given it to him, but this will take him into the outright lead on his own at 13 under. Oh, lovely, lovely.
Pull that one off.
Well done, Robert Rock, leading at the moment here on the final day in Abu Dhabi. Is there going to be a start of a charge from McIlroy, I wonder? How close can he get this?
Perfect spot, front pin, yielding green too. The flag's winking at him. Well done, nice shot.
Mark Foster here is putting for an eagle. I did him a disservice when I said he was still waiting for his first win. He won a massive playoff down in Johannesburg quite a few years ago. Oh, and he's just missed that eagle. I could have said he's just waiting for his second one, and has waited a long time for it, hasn't he? But he's going to make a birdie there, and that's another birdie. He's going to have 4 and 5 holes, and he'll have moved to 9 under par. Having a look at the fifth, the par 4, 469 yards there, Warren.
Always has been a tricky hole, but slightly helping breeze, as Ken was mentioning a little while ago, really does bring that bunker into play down the right side, but it's fairly favourable today with that front pin. Players have got a chance to maybe use the slope a little bit behind it, but it's not a long shot in there today. So unlike the first 3 days, they will be looking forward to making a red number here. And red, of course, the order of the week.
3 pins have been on the front of the greens on the first 5 holes here, and we've been joined in the commentary box. We'll watch Robert Rock having his tee shot here first of all.
Yes, Robert just trying to hug the bunkers down the left-hand side today.
I tell you, he's not intimidated by Tiger, is he? Stop before you go into the bunker. Been a lot of people in that bunker during the week. I said we've been joined by a man with a huge smile on his face, because Giles Morgan is the executive in charge of sponsorship for the sponsors HSBC, and we've had a glorious week, Giles.
Yeah, it really has come together nicely. You've got a wonderful leaderboard there, and Tiger playing at the top of his game again, and seeing Rory up there at 10 under. It's very special.
Well, here's Tiger now with his tee shot at the 4th. 5th, I beg your pardon.
Pegging it down 3 wood, using that draft behind. Knows that a driver really will bring the bunker into play. And his course management has been always good throughout his career. It's been very much his trademark this week. Very controlled play from Tiger.
This is the remodeled swing with Sean Foley.
Gets so much a better angle. Used to have it pretty flat at the top of the swing with the club shaft a lot laid off. It isn't laid off anymore, and that enables him to drive through on a pretty neutral line, and he knows from that position that the ball is not going to be fizzing away left or right, so he can hit it hard. And throughout the week he's been getting a lot more confidence, and he can hit the odd one really hard and know that he can keep it on line. And the fact that now he's fitter with his knees and body, and he's done a lot of work to strengthen his legs, the harder he hits it, the straighter it's going.
Yes, he's fitter than he's been in around about 10, 12 years, he was saying in the press room earlier this week. This is Molinari for a birdie, and will be... It was in a bunker, I'm told, so he's not putting for a birdie, he's putting for a par. And didn't quite get the line there. Giles, it was a master stroke persuading Tiger to come here, but of course he's played in your HSBC Champions event. Do you have some sort of deal with him?
We have a very good relationship with Tiger, and over the years he's wanted to come and play in our event, so it's delightful that he's here in Abu Dhabi.
I've got to ask you, if he does win today, will he come back next year?
Well, I think the Abu Dhabi crowd would love that.
And so would you.
Jean-Baptiste Gonnet to the 6th. Nice steady start from the Frenchman, 1 under for the round, and chasing another birdie here after a beautiful shot to the green.
Had a good week, Gonnet, after not starting the season all that well. Paul Lawrie for a birdie. Has already dropped a shot, so it's important that this one goes in if he wants to maintain his challenge. He's currently 9 under.
Giles, everywhere we look, major champions.
Yeah, major champions, and a great cut as well. It's good to see Molinari, who won our HSBC Champions back in 2010, doing so well as well. It's just a roll call of great players.
It is indeed. You know, every year since you started the Abu Dhabi event and then you became involved, it's gone up a notch. It's tough to keep it going up a notch. What can you do next year to better this year as we watch McIlroy make a birdie? McIlroy moves to 11 under par. Not really having time to talk to you, Giles, because there's so much action on the golf course.
Well, I think to answer your question, just get the golfers to be playing golf like this, and it's all we need as a sponsor, is let the golfers play wonderful, wonderful golf as they have all week.
Not the ideal tee shot from Hansen. He's once again in trouble. He was in water, remember, at the first hole, but managed to save his par with a long putt. Rocks in the bunker, and Woods is just lying perfectly. The importance of golf in the HSBC sponsorship scheme of things. You know, you do a lot with youngsters as well, don't you?
Yeah, we do all over the world, whether it's with the Golf Routes program with the RNA, whether it's the Chinese Golf Association in China, here in Abu Dhabi as well. What we're trying to do is promote the game to new regions all over the world, both with the professional game, of course, but also with kids, and trying to drive a future for the sport.
Interesting there, 63 times when Woods has led going into the final round, he's won 55 of the times. It's quite an intimidating statistic, that, isn't it?
It certainly is, and it's, of course, as a world player on any tour, and that's always the sign of a great player, an overused word in sport and in golf, but of course here you are looking at one of the true greats.
Monthly bound's pretty high, yeah?
I hit the path.
Went in taller than your head. Yeah, but
He may have lost the ball here, Peter Hansen.
Very. That way that goes a bit heavy.
Yes, Tiger's got 166 here. He's going to go ahead and play, but I think Peter Hansen's going to have to get a lift back to the tee and play, because they haven't found his ball, which is in the bush.
These bushes are impenetrable.
Shrewd play from Tiger off the tee, took the right-hand bunker out of play. Slightly longer shot for him though, but he's not happy with this win, Paul.
Feels behind me now.
No, he maybe feels it's just switching a little bit. Feels like it should be behind him, but it's more across, I think, here, although at this moment in time there's virtually no wind at all, but he's trying to gauge from the top of the trees to the left-hand side of the fairway here. Got a 9-iron out, so he feels that it's helping him. Short pin here, 8 on, just 5 off the right.
Big hit if it's a 9-iron.
It's always going to be difficult to get to the green with a 9, don't you think?
Just maybe thought that wind was stronger than it was. Was fooled by it on the last hole. So a few demons between the ears for Tiger at the moment.
Your idea of letting people in wearing red yesterday seemed to bring thousands of people out to the golf course.
Well, we were really delighted because we were trying to get as many people, obviously, to the tournament from last year. There was a certain amount of interest, and giving people who wore red the chance to come in for free. It was absolutely mobbed, and obviously on the Friday as well, which is the weekend here in Abu Dhabi, we've had record crowds. It really has become the major event after the Formula One here in Abu Dhabi.
What are you thinking of doing for youngsters here? You've got the scheme going in China, where you have the event in Shanghai. What about here in the UAE?
We're developing a schools program as we speak now to try and get the game not just to expatriate kids, which is the obvious market, but also to Emiratis in particular. And the wonderful golf that there is in Abu Dhabi with 3 really top-class courses. We're going to build quite a program. We're sponsor here till 2015 in any case, so we'll be very committed to the development of golf.
You actually want some of the young Emiratis to take up the game. There's not too many people actually of the locals who play.
No, that's right, and I think particularly now as Abu Dhabi has grown its golf product, there's every chance that can happen, and if we can act as a stimulus and catalyst for a bit of growth, and there's nothing frankly like having the world's greatest golfers, and particularly the most famous of them all, coming here to showcase the sport.
Tiger, of course, saying that he was happy to come here. I mean, you're giving him a good incentive to come, of course. But you've also helped his foundation very much over the years as well. So there is a good relationship.
Yeah, we've had a relationship since 2006 with Tiger, and we're very proud to support the Tiger Woods Foundation, which is all about helping kids in the States. So it's been good.
Interesting what's going on here. There's everyone scrambling to find out where Peter Hansen's ball is. Even Robert and Tiger. The only one who wasn't scrambling to have a look for it was Peter Hansen, whose ball it was. A bit bizarre.
That they find it?
They found it, I think. Halfway up the bush by the sounds of it, Paul.
Yes, the spectators that were lining the fairway said the ball just missed their heads. Unfortunately, pitched onto the cart path and flew overhead high into the top of the bush. So they've managed to locate it with everybody scrambling. I was a bit unsure myself whether there was any beasties in there that might be nipping or biting. So I didn't join in, guys.
They have to find the ball, don't they, so he can identify it. Otherwise it's a lost ball.
This will slow things up a bit. One thing, Giles, I can also say is everybody's been delighted with the condition of the golf course. It's been a bit tougher this year than it was even last year.
Absolutely. I think after Martin Keimer, I think it was 24 last year, which is an astonishing round, and here it seems to be being much more of a challenge.
The rough is much thicker, and naturally the fairways are just that little bit narrower. Well,
Yes, Robert just in the bunker here. 150 yards Robert's got. 8 iron for Robert.
Everybody a bit tentative here.
So far this week he's kept his rhythm, needs good rhythm here. To awkward shot with the ball just a little bit below his feet. Very easy to let this one get away to the right.
He's a tough, ardent competitor now.
Slide. Slide.
It's a good shot. It's only a few years ago he was the assistant at the Swingers driving range, sitting back watching Tiger play, chatting away with his mates. Now he's in the last group playing with the former number 1.
He was delighted yesterday when they happened to pass by each other and near the first tee, and they said hello to each other, and that made his day. And then he found that today he was playing with them. Well, that's where Rory McIlroy and Molinari are here at the 6th.
Favourable pin for Rory, can draw this one in. Pin on the left side.
Just ahead of this group, Gonnet did make his birdie. Remember, we saw him play a very good approach, but McIlroy makes a mistake there. Haven't seen too much of Gareth Maben, but he has had a birdie already today, and that makes 2. So Maben moving up from Northern Ireland. He's now 8 under par, 2 under for the day. And Charles Schwartzel, who went birdie, birdie, birdie to the turn, has now birdied the 10th, and he's moved to 8 under.
Paul Lawrie to the 6th. Nice tempo to his swing.
A very good shot from the man from Aberdeen.
Just notice that extra little twinkle in your eye, Renton, when you talk about Paul Lawrie.
The weather has been very good here. Cold in the morning a couple of days earlier on, but generally speaking, I mean, it's a great place to come and play golf at this time of the year. HSBC did a good bit of marketing when they tied up with Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, we're very pleased. It was the start of this Middle East swing, and we've got the weather as well. Last year we got a bit of dreich weather, as you'd say, in Scotland, so it's been good.
But as I was saying, I mean, the tournament has improved every year. What have you got to do next year to maintain this progression of even more success?
Well, I was talking to a few of the players. We had a party for the players, for some of them last night, and they were saying, what else were we going to do? I think just like to take a few days off, have a think about it, and then see what we can do for next year's championship.
Well, you have 2 events on the European Tour, the Champions event and this one. You have no other plans to make a 3rd day?
Not at this stage. We have the Open Championship as well as a patron, which we're very pleased with in the UK, and with the HSBC Champions and this, we feel in the men's game we've got pretty good coverage. We have the HSBC Women's Champions in Singapore and the LPGA Brazil Cup in Rio, and that's probably enough.
Oh, you've done enough, and are you in charge of them all?
I am, yes.
This is terrific. A world traveller. Now, what's happening here?
Well, he's picked it out of the bush. They're trying to, or they were trying to establish where the ball was positioned in the bush, keep it in line with the flagstick beyond. And this is a very long shot now for Peter.
Yes, he did have 161 yards from the bush to the pin, and he must have gone back some 50, maybe even 60 yards onto the 6th fairway to hit this, so over 200 yards for Peter.
It's been a struggle for the Swedish player so far. His problems persist on the 6th. We'll have to make too many birdies on the 9th. Mark Foster from the back of the green. Good run. He's such a good putter. All-round good egg. Had so many chances last year. Got himself in good positions to win. Couldn't quite see it through on the Sunday.
Yeah, just talking to Joe, Tiger's caddy, about his indecision. He said it was a bit of a wind off the left and he caught an up-shooter with an 8-iron. It's come short. Straightforward this though.
Well, not as straightforward as all that for Tiger. Paul, it's given him an awkward one coming back down the hill.
And the thing McIlroy can't afford to do now with Tiger in trouble is to shot slip away, little chip and run from the front. It's not too bad, but won't be given.
Manacero at the 8th for a birdie. Oh, he's coached it in. That's his first birdie of the day. 7 pars and now a birdie at 8. 1 under for the day, 8 under for the tournament. But 5 shots behind the leader, Robert Rock.
Well, Robert's going to go ahead and putt here before Peter gets a chance to play on. And a good look at this one. Down the hill, will break a little from left to right.
It's always a bit disconcerting that, Paul, isn't it? When a player's struggling to get up to the green, so you think, well, give him a bit of time, I'll putt. But I hope it doesn't spoil his concentration.
Yeah, and then you can end up rushing your own shot, can't you?
Absolutely.
Tiger will be looking at this putt pretty carefully. Not exactly dead.
Really good start, though, by Rock. Just the sort of start he wanted to keep his nerves nice and steady.
Very, very nearly another birdie for Paul Lawrie.
Brenton, I think that's the third one we've seen him hug on the lip of the hole and it not go in today.
Molinari, by the way, dropped another shot, so he's just gone bogey-bogey.
Lots of loft here needed for Peter to pop this one in the air.
This is a nightmare for Peter Hansen.
Yes, it's becoming that way. Renton, he hit it in the water straight right off the first tee and into a bush here on 5. A slightly easier pitch here than he had from the previous one, but
He did well there to make 5. Gosh. He does drop a shot, but he could have dropped more than that. But 2 drop shots in a row, and suddenly he's down on 7 under par, and suddenly he's lying 14th, despite being in the last group.
Suddenly there's a lot of importance on this putt in terms of the mental state for Tiger. Hardly made a bogey all week. He doesn't want to have 2 drop shots on the bounce. Easy one to read, Paul, or not?
it's virtually the same as Roberts coming down the green, but we've said Tiger's hit so many greens this week, he's hardly had to hit any chip shots, and it was clumsy at the last, a little bit clumsy there, if I dare say that, and another really awkward length of putt here for him, because it's downhill, so he can't be too bold with it. May just slide to his right.
You read it correctly, and so too did Ken Brown in the box here. And that's another drop shot for Tiger, and he's back on 11 under par, and suddenly Rock is 2 shots clear of Woods and McIlroy.
McIlroy, though, needs to hold this for a par on 6.
That was fortunate. I think he thought he'd missed that. And a very good par putt from Robert Rock, who's 2 under for the day. McIlroy's 2 under for the day. Tiger's even par for the day.
Thomas Bjorn, 3rd shot to the par 5. Man who likes playing in this part of the world, feels very much at home here. One in Dubai and Qatar. Love to add this one to his CV. He's got that for his second birdie of the day.
Gonny, who's 10 under par, can join McIlroy and Woods in joint second spot if he can hold this birdie putt. Didn't get the line right. It was a good tee shot too. That's a 3 coming up at the 7th for Gonny. Man from Cannes in the south of France.
Greens are starting to get that burnished look, aren't they, Rinton? The sun is baking down them. I think they're a little bit firmer today.
Romain Wattel has dropped a shot at the short 12th, so he's now back on 8 under par with Mabon, Manacera, Ollison, Katsia and Molinari as we join Rock on the tee at 6.
Yes, a little bit of breeze into the faces here today.
3 wood though for Robert.
Impressed by the way he's going about this today. He's playing his own game and
No pictures, please.
Tiger's there, but so he's there. I'm just playing my game and I'm getting on with it. Not in any way intimidated. Not yet anyway.
Wonder whether Tiger's going to treat us to one of his stingers again like he did off the 9th tee the other day. Sets up perfectly for him. A little bit of breeze into his face. Drive it forward down the fairway.
Go way left. Go left, hard.
Well, he hasn't hit too many fairways today. 1 in 5.
7th tee. The 7th is playing 199 yards. Pin on the left side. A little bit of landing area. McIlroy on the tee.
Oh, set.
Oh my goodness. That is a huge misjudgment.
We'll see if Peter can find the fairway here. Water down the right. That's launched right.
I think this wind this afternoon, Winton, is going to bowl a few googlies. You know, it's going to be very difficult to pick.
And that's a difficult ball in cricket to play if you don't know too much about cricket.
Well, the players have been used to one wind all week, and suddenly it's coming out of a different quarter, and they're having to second guess themselves. And for someone like Tiger, who's not played here before, he won't be used to the change as much as some of the other players who've played this event on a few occasions. Laurie also on the par 3 7th. Not getting anywhere near this flag. McIlroy's shot, I mean, to airmail the green by 15 yards. He must have had either 2 clubs too many, or I don't know how you get a flyer off the tee.
Rock leads by 2 in Abu Dhabi. McIlroy and Woods have battled together all week, lying joint second just ahead of Gonny, Laurie. And Laurie, both of them on 10 under. Further on down, Schwartzel 3 under today. Garcia 2 under. Fernandez Castano 2 under today. And Simon Dyson, but they're all really bit players at this stage, unless they can have a dramatic run of birdies. Robert Carlson started with a couple of birdies, but he's now only 1 under par for the day, 6 under for the tournament. Lee Westwood, former world number 1, 5 under, 1 under today. Nicholas Colt's 3 under par, moving up the leaderboard to 4 under par, as is Marcel Siem and Anthony Waugh with their rounds of 69 today. I think the difficult conditions would mean that we're unlikely to get a score as low as 64, which was the score that Peter Hansen shot yesterday in virtually calm conditions.
Yeah, that's looking like it ought to be the best round of the week. Now, this is high tariff, over a hump, green running away from you. Really, it's a miracle to get it inside 12-15 feet. To pitch it once or twice in the fringe.
Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up.
Well, with Tiger dropping shots, the last thing Rory McIlroy needed, if he was going to win this, is to drop shots himself.
Hansen in the lap of the gods. Woods was hoping his ball would go a little bit further left. He heard him saying left. Was he wanted to get into the area where the crowd had walked, but didn't quite make it. Roberts in the perfect spot. Well, this doesn't look too bad for Peter Hansen if he's first to play ball.
203 total. 88 the front.
He's having to work very hard today, Peter Hansen. It's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
All sorts of things going wrong for Hansen.
Make solid contact. It should always get up into that trap.
Not bad though, Renton there. He's had a hell of a break, I would say. He's on a nice lie where it's quite tight, so it could have been a lot worse than this.
Yeah.
Punches are overhanging, but he can get round it easy enough.
Yeah, right hand bunker's good then.
With a pin left, he doesn't want to miss left, so his caddy's saying if you're going to do anything, overcut it. There you go, a little bit to the right.
Thank you.
Hold behind the ropes, please. Stay behind the ropes, please.
Well, the ball looks to have nestled down, but he's making a practice swing as if he feels he can get the club on the back of the ball. From this angle, he is going over the water. Certain spots you get in this rough, you've got to be Popeye-like to get it out of the spinach.
And you've got to be a bit steep at it too, try and eliminate some of the grass. Really chop on the back of this. Hustled it down there a long way, but he's still got a lot of work to do. Could be in danger of dropping 3 shots in a row. Could be music to this man's ears.
Just losing this breeze, Gary, who caddies for Robert Rock, he thinks this is downwind. And yet you'd have thought when McIlroy was playing the 7th going the other way, it must have been downwind to make that misjudgment. So the wind swirling, tricky.
Beautiful shot by Robert Rock. He is playing so well. He's playing like Tiger. Makes so much difference if you can hit the fairway at this golf course. Can he chip it in for 3? Kept on going. It's going to be a drop shot at least for McIlroy.
I don't know what you think, Warren, but I always thought you hit a bad shot, you accepted you might have problems. When you make a mental misjudgment or club selection misjudgment, it just wears on your mind a little bit more.
Couldn't agree with you more. Balacero Playing to the 9th. Very difficult pin today in that back right section, but that's a humdinger. That is a really well-crafted shot. Great skill to get that one to nestle down pretty quick.
Well, if he makes a birdie, he'll move to 9 under.
This looks fairly perky, Renton. Look at that sitting up.
Hugely inviting, but he shouldn't be in the rough at all. In the waste area off the tee, now in the rough to play his second shot. He really is making it difficult for himself. But Peter Hansen is such an improved player. Let's see what he can do here and see if he can salvage a par.
I see a lot of that, looking up at the clouds, looking at the pin, throwing bits of grass up. Almost pings on the first bounce and just six one of the firmer greens like the 14th. Beautifully done. He's hanging in there.
Well done.
Well, Laurie was a long way away after his tee shot. Good putt to roll it down to here. Makes his par 3. So Laurie 3 behind. 1 under for the round. Not too far back.
Just in the first cut, this bit of rough's not too bad at all, and the next 2 can be awkward. Plenty of landing area and a nice firm green. You know the ball's going to release forward.
That's the first simple shot he's played since missing a green. Last couple on 4 and 5. Put himself under a lot of pressure. Nice delivery of the club here. Shallow angle of attack.
That's what the club bag learn. Your hands always lead the club head when you're pitching and chipping. You're trying to flip the ball in the air, and you just trust the loft, and that was just clipped off the top.
Foster's putting for another birdie here at the 10th this time. Already had 4 and 5 holes on the outward 9. And he's got his eye in, hasn't he? Because he moves to 10 under par, and there's someone in the crowd who wants him to do well. Foster, Gonnet, McIlroy and Laurie all on 10 under par.
Now, this would give him a little bit of breathing space. Give him certainly a 3-stroke lead. Absolutely clinical.
3 under for the day, 14 under for the tournament, 3 shots clear of Tiger.
And of course, we'll get back to that. Let's see if Manasera can make his birdie on 9.
I like his putting stroke.
And the fact that he doesn't take too much time over it, so a couple of good birdies for him over the last 2.
And this is for par for Hansen. Now that's a shame because he's dropped 3 shots in a row. Dropped 1 at 4, dropped 1 at 5, and has now dropped 1 at 6. And Peter Hansen is slipping down the leaderboard rapidly. He's now lying joint 19th. He must be saying to himself, this is not my day.
No, it can be cruel. He's got his family out here this week as well. I don't know whether they're out watching at this point in time. Just got to gather yourself together, see if you can make a few birdies. Robert thinking, dwelling. Woody looking at the yardage for the next hole for his man. That's with Woods when he's got a putt that he just thinks, I don't know, he just goes just that fraction slower in his setup procedure, the way he gets up behind the ball. He's currently 3 behind. If he misses this one, he's 4 behind.
Well, nicely holed, but he's still having to work pretty hard for his first win on a tour wins since that JB Weir Masters in Australia. This is Gonay. Three shots in it at the top of the leaderboard here in Abu Dhabi at this stage on the final day. It's England's Robert Rock who's in the lead.
We were speaking to Andrew Whitaker, the head greenkeeper here, the superintendent who set the course up. He's chuffed with everything. He told us this morning, Warren and I, for the last 22 months it hasn't rained at all. And you look at that green, lush look at it, not a drop of rain.
Yeah, and the amount of gallons that they have to put on per month in the winter here, 20 million US gallons a month, and that's not very much because in the summer months it can double that and sometimes triple. It is 800 acres, that's a lot of ground to cover, and that's not a very good situation for Gonay. Chip and 2 putts, so it's a drop shot. Drop shot on a par 5.
It's his first outing with the belly putter. Until the start of this round he's putted well, but final day, payday, suddenly things tense up a little bit.
Got his 1 under for the round today. He's playing with James Kingston, who's 2 over for the day, and George Coetzee, who's even par. They're all through 8.
We've got a very interesting tournament now, I think, chaps. It's not gone according to plan for some people.
This is a green that he's played well, a hole that he's played well. He's been close to the pin both on the second and third days. This was his tee shot yesterday.
When we come up, we'll just say where the wind was blowing yesterday. We didn't see it. It was in a totally different direction, left to right and into. Highest point on the course, this one, the 7th tee. You look down on the rest of the track. Shallow green. How long was it playing? 199 yards.
Well, he made a bogey here on the first day, then a par, then a birdie. 4-3-2 he's gone on this hole. Nice to keep the progression going.
Sit down. Might run. Oh, unlucky. Have to run back from there, but excellent shot.
Green's definitely firmer, aren't they? They're getting just that little bit harder to receive shots with a helping breeze. So players are going to have to be a lot more precise with their approach shots.
Wind just tugging a little bit at Tiger's shirt on the tee. The wind doesn't appear to be blowing by the green.
Yes, Ken, that wind is blowing left to right and helping the players here. Roberts was just caught out by the trajectory, just going in a little bit flat. I'm sure we'll see Tiger take this in a considerably higher, get the chance of landing it a bit softer.
Well, pulled it a little. That tends to de-loft the club, and if you do that, it'll travel a little further. Not quite got the control of the club face as he has done over the first 3 days.
This is Thomas Bjorn at the 9th, didn't quite make the green in 2. But might get a 3, very good. Little third shot there, tapping for his par, and Thomas Bjorn will remain at 9 under.
9th hole, the only hole on the course, playing exactly to its par, 8 birdies, 8 bogeys.
Well, Peter needs something to happen very, very quickly here. 7 iron.
That the bunker?
Yeah, I think he just found the front bunker.
Maybe it'll all go well for him on the back 9. He certainly had wretched luck on this front 9. 3 shots in it at the top, and Robert Rock, 34-year-old former club professional, is in the lead by 3.
But he hasn't come out of the woods, has he? He's a pretty established player, Robert Rock. He's been around for a while, and he's won on the European Tour. He's played on a couple of semi trophies, so he's had a lot of experience.
He's been improving all the time, but when he joined the tour, he was very much the journeyman. He was like Barry Lane, you know. He came from all the pro-ams, and he's just kept improving. This is McIlroy. But he wanted it even a wee bit closer than that from where he was.
Well, the folks who weren't with us every day, it was an unusual incident on the 9th, wasn't it, on the second day, where he wiped a bit of it, just off the fringe, literally, and he just wiped what he thought were a few stones and a bit of sand off his line, but not on the green, on the fringe, and of course he got a 2-shot penalty.
And if he hadn't had that 2-shot penalty, he would be lying pretty now. He would be 12 under and just 2 back instead of 4 back.
Gareth Maven missing out there on the 10th, par 5. Tough pin today, just over the front bunker.
Oh no.
Second time Peter Hansen's found a plug ball in sand in this last round. Seems the whole world is against him at the moment. Don't know what he's done for that, but all the luck he's having is bad.
And he's one of the most amiable fellows on tour too.
How's this lie looking, Paul?
Well, it sat down a little bit, Warren, as you would imagine, around these greens. He's above the level of the hole as well, so it's a quick one, and we've just said that You know, he's not had much practice so far this week. He certainly has on the last 3 holes with chipping. And this one's going to take a bit of touch and feel as well. Plenty of loft, and a little bit of left to right on it as well.
Well, we better see that one in.
A nice little one he's left himself there. His green's drying out. Got that burnished, shiny look.
For 3 days he's strolled the fairways magnificently. Today he looks certainly a lot more uncertain.
Yeah, he's missed his last 4 greens, and suddenly things can catch up with you unless you've got a deadly short game. To McIlroy, come on Rory. Oh no. Just needs a spark, a little bit of inspiration. Doesn't want to get round shoulders and looking at the ground. He's still right in it.
Yes, Robert, just off the fringe there. A little bit unlucky that he just bounced forward. Again, downwind is what you'd probably expect on these firm greens. Just a little from the left.
I said a while ago, obviously got aspirations this year to make the Ryder Cup side. I'm sure it won't go unnoticed by Jose Maria Olazabal, should he go on to win this, that he'd have taken on Tiger in the final round. Certainly won't do him any harm in the skipper's mind. Good 3. Not bad, he's gone 3-3, 4, 3-3 over the last 5 holes. Nice to keep those 3s coming along.
He probably didn't sleep much last night either, thinking about it. Maybe he didn't, but it was something playing with Tiger, particularly on the last day. Come on, Mr. Hansen.
Well, Tiger will go to school on this one as well. Again, they should just die a little to Peter's right.
To get to 9 under, Francesco. Well done. Finished in the top 10 last year, had a good weekend. 10 under. Oh, sorry, 9 under, puts him in a tie for 6. Gone Bjorn and Manacero on the same number. Now this putt is just a fraction down the hill and across the slope, left to right, with a crane going left to right.
Rather him than me.
It needs a good nerve and a positive stroke.
Holder putt on this green yesterday for a 2. Similar sort of line, he hit it in very firm. Nothing wrong with those nerves.
No.
My goodness me, rattled that one in, didn't he? Yeah, if that had missed, that was 8 feet past.
It stays so still and confident stroke on those short ones.
Gone to the 9th.
Buddy putted 8 for Paul Lawrie. Just to get to 11 under. Well done. So 2 under for the day, 11 under for the tournament. He's 3 shots off the pace. He's just got to believe that he could win this and keep going.
Definitely a fraction of help there at the minute.
I say, different wind again, helping off the left-hand side here on the par 5/8. So guys can really take a chunk off this corner. We've got to be careful running through the fairway too far to the right, and there's bunkers there, and that would mean can't get home in two.
Hey, cameras.
No pictures, please.
So somebody clicking a camera at just the wrong time there didn't do any favours for Robert Rock.
Very interesting now. Let's see just where Tiger starts this ball. To me, it's got to be in the waist area, left of the fairway, where all the palms are. You can certainly carry the trees down the left-hand side, but then it's that 10-12 paces of rough grass before he reaches the fairway, which sits across him. Anything leaked to the right will find the sand.
Oh, good shot.
Heading across the corner of the dog leg, straight in the sand. He's been there before.
Safely in for McIlroy for a par. He stays at 10 under.
Little par putt this time for Mark Foster. Oh dear. Oh. Looked pretty good with the putter so far today. Not on this occasion.
Back to 4 under for the day and 9 under for the tournament. Rock leads by 3 from Laurie, who just had that birdie at the 8th, and from Tiger Woods, who's even par today. Rory McIlroy didn't make a birdie at 8, so he is still 10 under par, just ahead of Foster, Manacero, Bjorn, Gone and Molinari. .68 for Nicholas Colsets today. Moved him up just outside the top 20. I've been so lucky with the weather here. Well, you're not surprisingly lucky with the weather in Abu Dhabi at this time of the year, but what is changing things around today, as far as the scoring is concerned, is that wind, Ken.
Yes, and it's not particularly its strength, it's just it keeps moving its angle a little bit as the day's gone by. There's a chance to see where the pin is cut on the 9th. Back right, this is Gone. Birdie chance. A little ridge, sit down, oh.
Rory out with the big stick on 9. Needs to be down the left side. Side of the fairway will give him a nice angle in towards the flag, but he's gone the other way, so he'll have to come in over the right-hand bunker if he wants to go straight at the pin.
Which I have a funny feeling he will in this situation.
Absolutely.
Gone for par at 9. I hope that nicely enough anyway. Out in 35, 1 under par and 9 under, 5 shots off the lead at this stage.
Robert just came out of his tee shot a little because the cameraman clicked at just at the wrong moment, but okay. Certainly be a 3-shotter for him now, those par 5.
The best he's ever done here is 47th. So he's having his best week in Abu Dhabi.
120 to there. That one on the left.
It was back in 2009.
Which part?
Well, Robert put off the tee and he's found an awful lie here down the right-hand
Can
side.
you stand still there?
It's going to leave him an awfully long third shot
Keep still,
here.
please.
So if he can get this one on the fairway, this is no pushover. If he can get this 150 yards down the fairway, he's done well.
A bit of a slash and hope, but it's worked out not bad for him. At least it's on the short stuff.
Beautiful tee shot from Paul Lawrie, trying to feather this one into the ninth. Little slider from left to right would be good. Oh, that's well done. Says he's playing very well. He even talks these days occasionally that he's putting well, which is good news. He went for quite a long time, Paul, bemoaning his prowess on the greens, but that's all changed. Now then, time for Rory to produce something special. Big tee shot, a lot of loft in his hand to get this one close. Been a little bit of the story of the week so far, not quite with his A game. That's why he's had quite a few bogeys on the card throughout the week.
Just a little awkward downslope, trying to drill cut one. Found the fairway. It's a par 5, not a bad layout.
Manacero for par at 10. 2 par 5s on the back 9 out of 10 and 18. Then, oh, how did that not go in? Well, he drops a shot and is back on 8 under.
It's been a feature of the week. A number of players that have made bogeys on par 5s. Normally we never think of them dropping shots on the long holes. It's all about making birdies, but if you get out of position off the tee, and you can see how annoyed he is. Like Rock here, out of position off the tee, makes it hard holes.
Yeah, just had a quick look at that one. 210 yards Robert's got all the way back to the pin. Momentarily the wind just dies and stops. It's got to be left to right, maybe even hurting him slightly. Pin cut on the right hand side. He's going to have to fly it all the way there, but the middle of the green is fine.
Has he found a flat lie?
It's a little bit of a above his feet, Ken, so it would promote a draw, but as awkward lies goes, this is not one.
Sounded crisp. Not quite. Just drifted on the breeze.
Hey.
See the blade just being held open there, just the tiniest amount. It's with the wind off that left side, it's taking it away. Don't have to be out by much, do you, to have a bit of movement on the ball.
No, 1 degree, I think in 250 yards is 25 yards or so. Wasn't that a spectacular shot, the Bermuda grass splattering up?
A 3 on 9 for McIlroy. I'm sure he'd been studying the leaderboard as he walked up to the hole. He knows what's going on. Just can't get any impetus.
Well, that was a lovely bunker shot for Tiger. He's left himself 108 yards. Cross breeze slightly into him. Got to be aggressive with this one. Not seeing a great deal of backspin being produced this week for the players. It certainly should sit down.
He's missed another green. He's led the greens in regulation coming into this final round, but he's only hit 1 out of 8 greens in the right number on this final day. And that is a big, big surprise because his control over the first 3 days has been exemplary.
We join the man in white today, or nearly all white, Thomas Bjorn.
Looks like the physio, doesn't he? Pops it in too. That's another birdie. That's 3 and 5 holes for him, and he goes to 3 under for the day and 10 under. Won 3 times on tour last year, Thomas Bjorn. Paul Lawrie for a birdie at 9. Well, just making it a little bit difficult for himself.
Green and short hole. This is for a par for Fozzie, Mark Foster. Oh,
that missed in slow motion, didn't it?
Nice guy, an avid tweeter, quite amusing tweeter. If you go on Twitter, he could be your man.
But like Dougie Donnelly, our colleague, eh?
Well, Dougie tells you what he's doing.
Well done, but you're making it hard for yourself there, Paul. 9 more holes and you're still well in it. You're only 3 shots off the lead. And your son back home in Aberdeen would love you to win this one with Tiger in the field.
Well, Roberts played his pitch shot quite quickly and unfortunately gone beyond the pin some 4 paces, so a bit of work to do for a par for Robert. Meanwhile, Tiger's called Chief Referee Andy McPhee over, feeling there's a sprinkler head there that's interfering with his stance or the ball, which is entitled to relief.
So he left himself after he's taken his drop.
Again, Ken, you know, normally with Tiger here you'd think, oh, no problem, we just roll this up next to the hole, but he really has struggled to get any sort of feel and touch going with his chipping. Like we keep saying, he's not had a lot of practice, he's been working, well documented, working hard on his long game, but you neglect your short game at your peril. And again, you would just say, Ken, just a little hands and arms bunt forward, keep the loft on it, and this should run down to the cup.
Very nearly. Paul, this group is on the clock. Of course, they've wasted time, or they lost time when Hansen was in all sorts of problems at the first and again a little later in the round. But they are on the clock, and that's probably why Andy McPhee was so quickly on the scene there to give the ruling to Tiger.
When he dropped it, just nestled down a little bit in the grass, but he played it delightfully. 60-degree just sliding the club under the ball. Notice he hadn't opened the face very much. Wanted to make sure the club didn't go underneath it altogether. Because the 9th hole must be clear now, or very nearly. Once this goes in, this is the group in front. There'll be a clear hole in front of the final group.
So McIlroy gets his par and stays at 10 under. Steve Sands has joined us. He's been with us all week from the Golf Channel. And I suppose you're just as surprised as we are that Tiger is dropping shots rather than making birdies.
First of all, thanks for having us all week long, Ren. A pleasure to be with you, Ken and Warren. It's been an amazing first 8 holes. We were out there until the 7th green, saw him tee off on 8, then came in here to the box to join you guys. And there's clearly a different mood out there with Tiger, and clearly he's not in control of his game as he was the first 3 days. But there's a lot of time left, Ren. There's a lot of golf to be played here.
Yeah, the wind, I think, is a factor, isn't it?
I think club selection is proving very tricky for everybody. Tiger's making a few misjudgments, but I mean, for him to miss, he's hit that 9 yards too far with some sort of wedge is a big error of judgment for distance-wise.
The breeze, Ken, is definitely up today. It's nothing like what we expect to see every afternoon here in the desert, up to 15, maybe 20 miles per hour. But the breeze is definitely up today compared to what it was the first 3 days.
And from a different direction.
No question about it.
This for Rock to save his par. This is to maintain a little bit of a cushion, a 3-shot lead. A little unlucky off the tee where someone put him off with a click of the camera. Good try.
He's got a nice roll of the ball, hasn't he, Robert Rock?
Well, he used to have his caddy lying behind, lining him up like the golden shot, just left a little, right a little.
Spider.
Yeah.
One of the things Peter Hansen was saying walking off, I think it was number 6 or 7, to Tiger, he said, you know, the green speeds have been different every single day, so it's been a little bit difficult to judge what's exactly going on these surfaces this week.
So Paul Lawrie and Tiger Woods at 11 under par are 2 shots behind Robert Rock, and although perhaps Tiger isn't as much in control of his game as he has been over the first 3 days, he's only 2 shots behind, and there are 9 holes to play, and he's still very much the favourite.
Now this is a time where Rory doesn't want to get over aggressive. He's still right in the tournament. Play your game.
Laurie's gone right down the middle here.
Perfect, absolutely perfect. Maybe the green not quite in range with the change in wind direction, but maybe just for him. For 56 yards. It was this hole yesterday where Tiger lost his footing and nearly hit it in the right-hand water. Tee shot just bottlenecks in at driving distance. If you can find the fairway, it's a pin you can get at, though it's back right. 34 on 6 from the right. Little 3 terrace green, but they're just small terraces. But if you miss the fairway, you can see on that direct line over the trap was about 6-7 yards. It's very awkward to get at, so important to find the fairway.
Three wood for Tiger off the 9th tee. Wind helping off the left.
Be interesting to see, Renton and Ken. Tiger takes the tee after the bogey at the par 5 by Robert. Now he gets to dictate the action. He's only 2 shots back. He's still Tiger Woods. It'll be fascinating to see how Robert reacts now, hitting behind Tiger as opposed to being in front of him, which is the way he has been all day long.
Here's a look at this slow motion, just a little bit hooded on the way back, but he's in a much better position at the top of the backswing. Oh, he's gone. Anyway, it made him smile.
Interesting. Roberts driven the ball nicely. He's not made too many mistakes so far today. That was the first real error. First time he's had to chip the ball on the last. Hopefully normal service resume for him. He did a long way down here today.
Tiger said good shot. Sure is. That's long and straight.
And on the fairway, I'm not so sure that Tiger's on the fairway. It might just have run into the rough. Just on the edge of the fairway or the edge of the rough. I'm not quite sure where the ball finished.
If you guys had to describe Robert Rock to the American audience who perhaps are seeing him maybe for the first time in a big spot like this, what would you say Robert is like?
Well, I tell you, he's a very good competitor. I mean, he won his first European Tour title last year after having knocked at the door a couple of times the year before. He's a tough competitor, Robert Rock, old club pro. Very much a journeyman pro in the early days of his career, you know, played in a lot of pro-ams and taught up in the Midlands or the north of England, and generally speaking, he's improved every year, hasn't he, Ken? He's in every department of his game.
But everyone's always thought it's because he's got a lovely swing, as you can see, and he's powerful. He hits the ball a decent distance. He'd certainly be up with Woods today. So yeah, he sort of just gradually worked his way up the ladder in the professional game.
And he's a good putter.
Yeah, well, he's been a bit hot and cold. He's certainly improved his putting the last couple of years. Prior to that, he could be very good, but he could also be pretty ordinary.
And away from the golf course, I hear he likes to enjoy himself. You can pretty much tell by the way he looks on the golf course that he enjoys being Robert Rock, a professional golfer.
Yes, and why not? Yes,
and there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Well, you never know. He might be in the Ryder Cup come Chicago time.
They'll make him wear a hat there, Renton.
I don't think you'll make Robert Rock do anything.
Of course, he hadn't got a passport to go to the US Open last year or something funny happened.
He qualified, and then he got there that day at Congressional, and he played well at Congressional. He said one of the reasons he played well at Congressional was because he didn't have time to think about what was going on there because he just landed.
Well, let's hope he doesn't think too much about what's going on here today. He's currently 2 ahead as Gonnet here.
Difficult to do, Renton, as you know.
Been a wee bit unlucky today with the putter, Gonnet. Should be a 5 though for him. This big fellow still going well. Thomas Bjorn, second shot to 11. Found a new lease in life, Thomas Bjorn. Another good shot, giving him another chance of a birdie. Would be his 4th of the day. Hasn't dropped any shots. Feature of this tournament too, you can see it away in the distance, just going out of shot there now, was the HSBC tented village. A lot of things going on there for the family to watch, while perhaps Dad was watching the golf. Mum and the kids could go there, and there was plenty to amuse them.
See the crowds lining both sides of the fairway at number 9. Sunday is a work day in the United Arab Emirates. The work week is Sunday to Thursday, so people might be noticing that the crowds aren't as large today as they were on Friday and Saturday, and that's the reason.
But they're large enough.
Oh no, they're big and they're loud. When Tiger made that putt at number 2 for birdie after that really nice shot from under the tree, that's as loud a roar as you can get in golf for the size of the galleries. It was really exciting out there. There's no question about it. And they're respectful, and they're enjoying it, and they're watching him for the very first time. It's been a pleasure all week long for the good folks here in Abu Dhabi to be able to see Tiger.
I noticed, by the way, that Tiger's ball is on the fairway. It didn't run into the rough.
Distance is Peter Hansen hits his irons and his driver and his wedges. So they're very precise. They're not just random numbers.
Another heavy lie as we've come to expect here. 187 for Peter.
Nothing's being good for poor old Peter. when you see those yardages, that's for full shots, not 100% shots. It's 85%, so it's a sort of full shot, but under full control as well.
In actual fact, he has run into the rough, Tiger. I thought I saw it on the fairway, but just the first cut of rough, it won't prove any problem for him, will it?
The Tiger just backing off momentarily as a military helicopter flew overhead. He had a good look at that one. 171 to go for Tiger. Down breeze. Pin right at the back of the green, so I expect this to land short and just hop up there.
He's stuck one.
And like we said, Ken, he's now dictating the action. He's the one hitting first off the tee. He's the one hitting first with his second shot, challenging Robert that much more. It'll be interesting to see how he reacts to it right here with Tiger stuffing that second one here at 9.
Perfect spot. You couldn't have placed it in a better spot.
Yes, terrific shot from Tiger there. And Robert just going about his business again, just backing off as the marshal just asks for calm from the galleries. 9-iron here for Robert, straight downwind. Game on.
When he struck it, I think with that crosswind, he thought maybe that's leaked into the bunker, but it's just held on the green.
And Rory McIlroy, second shot to 10.
Could he fly it all the way? Couldn't. No, not quite. It was a massive hit.
Haven't seen much of Graham McDowell. He's 6 under par. Not a great deal happening for McDowell. Well, not until now, that is. Isn't that fantastic? Well done. So that's another one at the 12th. We've had 3 holes in one at the 12th.
You know what you get for that, Renton?
You get 3 nights free.
3 free nights at the Emirates Palace Hotel.
Every year.
Which is more than $1,000 a night for the rest of your life. That's Sergio Garcia, that's Lara, and now McDowell this week.
Isn't that fantastic? I was just saying nothing was going right for him, and he does that. He was actually 1 over par at that point for the tournament, having dropped shots at 3 and 5 out in 37. Well, that's rather pleasant for him. He's now 8 under par. He's into the top 10 with that ace.
He's chatting away.
And the mouth shots don't really get recognised.
He's a good talker. Well, he's Irish.
They might want to pick a different hole next year at the Emirates Palace, giving away all those rooms.
Yes, it is splendiferous. Well done, Graham. Put a smile to his face. Yeah, those Callaways go straight too.
Well, here's Thomas Bjorn. Don't think he's hit it hard enough or high enough. Maybe he had the line. Certainly didn't hit it hard enough anyway, as you can see.
I think overall he's probably played, well, certainly as good as Tiger tee to green, Thomas Bjorn, this week, and he's had a sort of stop and go week on the greens, but his tee to green's been first class.
In majors that we've ever seen. What does that say about the HSBC effect of the tournaments they sponsor? Well, we're absolutely delighted. We've just come off the back of the HSBC Champions in Shanghai in November, which is a World Golf Championship event. And our next big tournament, 8 weeks later, feels like a World Golf Championship. It's a European Tour flagship, there's no doubt about it. You look at the field and you look at the media interests from around the world. This really kicks off the whole season in 2012 with the world's number 1, 2, 3 and 4, and of course
Robert with one European title to his name, and Tiger, of course, with 98 titles to his name around the world. If he wins here, it'll be his 99th victory. So you could say that Tiger's well able to cope with the pressures of losing the lead and trying to get it back.
And making those mid-round adjustments. You know, getting off to a slow start and not hitting the ball certainly the way he has the first 3 days, and then all of a sudden, you know, the door cracks open just a little bit with a mishap from Robert on the 8th hole, which is a par 5, and then Tiger just kind of turns it on. If he makes this putt, all of a sudden it's only a 1-shot deficit. It looked like it was going to be about 4 20-25 minutes ago.
Well, you just expect Tiger to hold this now that these competitive juices are flowing again.
A huge cheer for him as he gets his birdie. Now only 1 shot in it. 12 under par for Tiger, 13 under for the leader Robert Rock. And their duel will continue on the back 9 here.
McIlroy left himself a very difficult bunker shot, a lot of sand to go over and very small amount of green to work with. This for his birdie.
That's to join Paul Lawrie in 3rd place. Hasn't had too much luck with the flat stick today, has he?
No, pretty soundly the first 3 days, but struggled a little bit today.
He knew if he was going to have any chance of beating Tiger, he had to produce a fantastic round himself today. The chances were that Tiger was going to have a pretty good round, and Rory McIlroy needed an even better one, and it's not really happening for McIlroy. And this is a par putt for Lawrie, so he might slip down and join Bjorn Molinari and McIlroy in 10 under if he misses. I tell you, he's pulled out pretty well, hasn't he?
He has got a beautiful action. The way his left wrist, the back of the left wrist and the club shaft all work together. It's sort of Crenshaw-like almost.
Came from 10 behind to win the Open at Carnoustie on the final day.
You're seeing this 10th hole, guys, today play completely different than it did the first 3 days with the wind in the player's face. It'll be interesting to see the choices made on the tee box here from Robert and from Tiger, because today, as you saw from Rory, who hit 2 very good shots and got it in the front bunker, it's a 3-shot hole.
Yes, you can decide your strategy, because if you're going to play it as a 3-shotter, you can be very conservative off the tee. Front right pin. I mean, Tiger is capable of getting there, and actually Robert Rock's a big hitter, but it's going to be 2 of your absolute Sunday best. Then you've probably got to run it up the garden path, little gap between the bunkers.
The one thing he would say, Tiger would say, on course, you know, planning is always very good, isn't it? I mean, he knows which clubs to hit at which holes.
Strategy
is the thing.
Yeah, his course management is
super.
Always been impeccable, and he also knows when to put his foot on the pedal. And I think this is a moment where he knows, after seeing what happened 8 and 9, and now going to the back 9, you know, on a Sunday, only 1 back, I think he knows what exactly he wants to do here, Paul.
Well, you're right there, Steve. 283 yards to carry the rough that's beyond the bunker down the left-hand side. That would give the perfect angle into this pin on the 10th. But as we've been saying, change of wind, it's now into the faces here for the first time this week.
full works, but 99% of them.
Oh, it's a hair off the right hand. It's not far off. You've got to carry off the left edge of the far right.
It's not bad. This is just the wall. I'm playing on the left edge of my.
Haven't seen too much of the man who led it halfway, Torbjørn Olesen from Denmark. Here he is. Level par today, Olesen. He's 8 under. He's having a good week. And oh, not another hole in one. My goodness. Gosh. The man in blue today is Sergio Garcia. Not too many birdies for him. See if we can get one here.
You bold enough to wear those shoes, Ken?
No, I think every time I look down, I think, oh my goodness.
8 under for Garcia. And there's the trophy they're playing for. I wonder who's going to be holding it at the end of the round. Will it be Tiger, or will it be Robert Rock, or will it be someone who's still out there and ready to make a whole host of birdies?
Big laugh going on. I don't know what happened.
Paul, he doesn't seem too tight down there.
I don't think Paul's down there. He'll be away up the fairway. He won't have known what's going on there.
Maybe the wind temporarily changed direction.
So how did you know I'd taken a shortcut, Renton?
Because you're a shrewd operator.
Down by the landing area here. It's coming straight over my head.
That's a pretty good shot. It's in the rough, unfortunately, but it may not be lying too badly. Well, let's compare the 9 holes. I mean, you could almost forget about Hansen and just compare Rock and Woods, Ken. Fairways hit, Woods 1, Rock 3. Greens in regulation, Woods 2, Rock 7. But Woods has putted better than Rock, and there's only one shot in it.
Well, it's going to be an interesting 9 holes. Robert Rock's got a 1-stroke lead over the greatest player ever to address a golf ball.
That's a bold statement, isn't it, Ken?
Discuss.
Well,
that painting's not finished yet, is it?
No, it hasn't finished yet, but he's still... I think when Tiger played in '99 and 2000, no one has ever played better golf than that. Not even the Golden Bear.
Turn, but it doesn't.
We talk about that a lot, Ken, on and off the air, about the greatest this, the greatest that. It's difficult in sports to not anoint, the player who is hot or the best player at the time. But when Jack has 18 and Tiger has 14 and Tiger's 36 years of age and he's still playing, I think being a little bit measured is perhaps the best way to do it.
Yeah, it just depends how you measure it, though, isn't it? I'm saying
Yes.
how he played golf. Tiger was a superb putter, a superb chipper, a great driver, everything he had it. And I think Jack would be the first to admit that on his day, Tiger had probably just the edge on his day as a hitter and a striker.
Tied for the lead, 18 holes to play. First tee at Augusta on Sunday. In his absolute heyday, Jack, in his absolute heyday, Tiger Woods. What are you betting your mortgage on? Which guy?
That's a very hard one, isn't it?
But he'll give you an answer.
Now you've put me in a hole, haven't you?
Well, it's difficult on the other 3 majors because they play in different golf courses. So that's the one. First hole, Tiger, Jack, in their prime, 18 holes to play, tied for the lead. You have to put your mortgage on one or the other.
I think I'll still take Jack.
Okay. Renton?
I agree with
with
Ken. I was hoping we'd take Jack.
Fascinating argument.
Yeah, it is.
And yet, we know how well Tiger plays at Augusta. But Jack was 46 when he was winning at Augusta. Still winning at Augusta.
little unlucky Robert Rock's tee shot there. He was just sort of sliding it in there, and you thought it might just kick back onto the fairway, but going to have to lay up.
Into a bit of breeze.
Yes, he is. That's a choice. It's a question of where he's going to lay up, though. Ken, what strategy has he got? It. The lie's good enough that he could have hit wood and got it up close to leave himself a little chip shot. Looks like he's got the iron out there.
Well, the pin's front right. You don't want to be getting too close, do you? You want to give yourself some sort of a shot that you can spin in. Be looking for a sort of your sand wedge 107 yards, lob wedge 85, somewhere in that region, ideally.
So Rock just dunting it up the fairway. Well done. We didn't ask you, Steve, who you would have chosen.
Still Jack, for now. But again, that painting hasn't been finished yet.
280 yards back into the wind for Peter Hansen. Second shot here at the 10th. Not sure he can reach here. Left would be good.
Over the front bunker. Oh no, well, he couldn't get there.
Just a completely different hole today than it has been the first 3 days.
We're talking about a wind, we're not talking about any, it's just a light breeze, but it's just a change in direction. There's probably a club and a half.
Yeah, Tiger could have got there had he been on the fairways. 285 away, but laying up.
He wanted to finish on the fairway, but he's gone into the rough again.
Well, it's that pin, you see, it's 4 yards, and actually the first two of it are a little downslope, so he'll have a little trouble holding it by the pin, but he might pull out a bit of magic.
That's where Lowry, Molinari and McIlroy are at the 11th. Gonny made a birdie here at the 11th, so he has moved to 10 under par, so there are now 4 players on 10 under, 1 on 11, 1 on 12 and 1 on 13. Francesco Molinari just seems to tiptoe around a golf course. You hardly notice him, do you? Silently. Then every now and again he just turns up and rolls in a putt and wanders off silently again.
That's the key, isn't it, Renton? He's an incredible ball striker, but the putting really hasn't matched up to that ball striking just yet. If it ever did,
well, it did when he beat Westwood at the HSBC Champions.
No question.
So we know what can happen when it does.
Without question.
Yeah, slightly frustrating day for Rory. He's hitting the greens, but enough birdies as yet. Oh, beauty. And sometimes you've always got to keep in the back of your mind in a tournament. You think, I've always got to make birdies, but sometimes the leaders stumble towards you, but not very often Tiger Woods.
Rory told us this morning that he is a guy who likes to look around the golf course, look at leaderboards, see where he stands at all times. Without question, he is paying attention to what's going on behind him. And he knows he's only 3 shots back, and he knows those guys are on the par 5 10th, and he'll wait and see what they do before he decides that he needs to play more aggressively with only 7, 8 holes remaining.
Anders Hansen, who was 2 over par after 6, had 6 birdies in the remaining 12 holes to finish with 68, and he's in the clubhouse on 7 under.
How far is this, Paul?
125 yards, Ken. Back into the breeze, slightly up the hill as well. It's a tricky one here. Plenty of room long and left, though.
That's moving it massively right to left. I started off about 2 or 3 yards left.
I know.
Paul Lowry. Another chance for Lowry then as we join Tiger was playing his third to the 10th.
119 yards to go for Tiger, but if he's going to go straight at the flag, distance control has to be spot on. There's just no room there at all.
Going to cheer there, but is it rolling back into the bunker? Maybe. He's watching it. Disappeared. Thought it might just roll back into the sand there. So he's in the sand in 3. And Warren Humphreys has rejoined us. Pretty warm out there, isn't it?
It's very warm out there. I would think Tiger would be getting a bit warm too with the way that he's playing. He'd be getting quite irked because he's shown such control over the first few days, and that control has just deserted him. Not quite the same club angle here. Try to get very cute, and always a little bit more difficult coming out of the semi-rough to get the same sort of control and knowledge of distance. Undercooked that one just by a yard.
McDowell, who had a hole-in-one at the 12th, just off the green here at 13. Oh dear. So he's moved to 9 under par in fast time.
3 under in 2 holes with 0 putts, Renton. Not a bad way to play golf.
Connie at the 12th. Every time someone stands on this tee, we think, could there be another ace? Not this time. And indeed, that's almost 3-putt range.
Up the hill and a little into the grain there for Molinari on 11. Too much break.
There's a tricky shot here for Tiger. Needs lots of loft here. Normally fans that club open, creates a loft on the backswing, and then maintains it down and through. Got to land it softly, no room at all to work with here.
Oh gosh, he nearly popped into the hole there on the second bounce.
But no gimme putt for his par, and another player may be in danger of making a bogey on a par 5.
Saw Robert Rock do it, Warren, at number 8. Tide turned just a little bit in Tiger's favor, and you thought, here we are to par 5, back 9 on Sunday, only 1 shot back. You would take advantage of it. Got a little unlucky with his ball rolling into the bunker on the tee shot, and then the ball rolled back into the bunker with his 3rd shot, leaving him with a very difficult up and down.
It's going to move a little bit, this putt, isn't it? It might even move 2 ways, does it, Paul?
I was just going to say that, Renton. There's definitely a little bit of left to right to start with, and then it may just straighten and come back at the death. But it's quick as well. Certainly by the cup, it's all shiny, which would say that the grain is with him. The first part of it, the first couple of paces, actually into the grain.
Just as the ball dies, grain just seemed to take hold a little bit. You could almost see that grass grabbing the ball there as it slowed down.
Norrie for a birdie at the 11th. Just a par, we'll keep him at 11 under, 2 off the pace. Had a big payday here in the desert at the end of last season when he came second in the Dubai World Championship. And keep in mind that Ryder Cup points are at stake this week.
there's one thing pros don't like, it's taking sixes on par fives. Robert Rock's already done that on the 8th. Tiger needs to hold this to avoid it here. Can be relatively firm with this one. Maybe a little movement from the right.
Coming into the day, Tiger only made 2 bogeys. He had 2 bogey-free rounds of the first 3. Now he's made 3 bogeys today in this final round.
And really that error coming about because having driven in the bunker, he didn't find the fairway with his second shot. Could see her at the par 3 12th. Good strong player from South Africa. Look at this, look at this. I love this hole. I obviously want to spend some time away from golf, maybe with the prize up there for grabs.
Big one here, Warren, for McIlroy at 11 to climb within 2 of the lead.
Almost get the feeling McIlroy and Woods trying too hard. You know, they've been paired together for 2 days. They could see what each other were doing. They kind of got a feel for that, and now they've been split up. There's almost like an extra tension that's been brought in. And it's not doing them, either of them, any good. This man seems to be handling it, though, very well. He seems to have the focus that Tiger possessed over the first 3 rounds, not letting too much get to him. Continuing to chat with his caddy Gary, which I think is always a good thing. Keeps a player in present time, keeps him from not going inward. Don't want to be thinking too much about what's happening around you.
Good caddy too, Gary, isn't he?
Yep.
Foster didn't turn at all from. I think it was maybe Gonnet. You can see how closely dressed they are. But Gonnie's a little more chunky than Foster.
Bjorn 9 to 13, back pin again, and he's pushed it up there very well. Little ridge at the back of the green, so be pleased that it's up to the hole. He did tap in and get out of the way for Molinari to play. Nice framed finish at the end of his swing. It'll be a fast putt down the hill.
Hardly ever seems to speak, Francesco Molinari.
But when he does, he's got a really rich, deep voice. Speaks English very well. Makes someone like Sean Connery feel like a, talk like a soprano.
Well, not one of Paul's best.
It's a big green too. Short little club coming in there. You'd think they'd be trying to get it dancing around that hole. That little bit of breeze behind though, making it awkward for the front flag. But if anyone can get the ball to stop, this man can. High towering shot required. Up into the stratosphere.
Not as good as his fellow Ulsterman Graham McDowell's tee shot here. Just 2 shots in it. Laurie and Woods are the two chasing Robert Rock at the top of the leaderboard in the Abu Dhabi HSBC Golf Championship on this exciting final day.
Still think, though, with the finish to this course, Renton, that lots can happen with the 18th, the par 5 being downwind. That maybe is a hole that could produce eagles, and it could change the entire way that the tournament could turn out. 16 and 17, the tough par 4s coming downwind, be a little easier.
We were talking about this while you were away, Warren, the demeanor of Robert Rock. What do you think is going through his head right now with 8 holes remaining, 2-shot lead, Tiger Woods right there next to him? Is it a good thing or a bad thing to have the guy with you in that same group who's trying to catch you with 8 holes remaining, and it being Tiger Woods?
Well, I don't think it'll make any difference if it's Tiger Woods, if Robert feels that his game is exactly where it wants to be. Sometimes you get into that state of mind where you think, I am playing well, the rhythm's there. You're not even conscious of the man that you're playing with because you're in that zone, and that's why they call it the zone. You're not really too much, you're aware of what's going on around you, but it doesn't interfere with what you're doing. It's almost as if you're walking alongside yourself, and if he's in that situation, it won't make any difference who he's playing with. And that's normally when you're playing right at the peak of your game. I wouldn't say Robert's quite at the peak, but he's playing some excellent golf right now.
Bjorn now to climb within 2, and he can't do that. He slides it by on the right side. Kind of looking at it there a little bit, Warren. He perhaps misjudged that line.
The hardest thing, talking about being in the zone, is that you can't create it. You wait for it weeks and weeks and weeks, and sometimes you might be playing well, but you just don't have that level of concentration. Then all of a sudden you play one week and it's almost as if you can just drift through the week, and no matter what you do, everything you touch, it's just golden, because the feel and the touch and that priceless thing called timing is there, and you just go along with it. But you can't bottle it. You can't just say, I'm going to do it this week. It don't happen like that.
Paul does a bit of teaching, and this is an opportunity where he can say, what would I tell my students? How would I tell them to play this shot? If I was giving an example of how to play it, it'd be nice if I hold it. Well, it's a pretty good shot. Didn't go in the hole, but very good approach.
His long-range touch, I think, has been excellent this week. He really has had a very smooth roll across the green. Usually a sign it's coming right out of the centre of the sweet spot on the putter. Hard to believe he's only played in one Ryder Cup, and that was 2 decades ago, 99, Brookline. And he got 3.5 points, and he played so well in that Ryder Cup match, you thought, well, he must have 2 or 3 more in him, and he's not played in one since, which I find amazing.
If you're going to have any chance of winning this, you've got to hold this kind of putt, Rory.
Clicking, please.
Oh, and someone else has put, well, for the click of a camera.
He's got to be patient, you never know. A bit like Charles Schwartzel at the Masters. Charles finished with 4 straight birdies, seemed to come out of nowhere, and suddenly you can take a title, 4 birdies, whether it's now for McIlroy or in the last 4. Where would that take him to? 14 under. Could be the winning total, but he's got to find 4 from somewhere.
Let's go back to the 11th hole now, the par 4, measuring 417 yards, Warren. You see where the 3 men have hit their tee shots.
Importantly for Tiger and Rock, they're on the fairway.
Normally we'd be playing 2 balls, of course, at the weekend, but because of the chance of early morning fog, there wasn't too much this morning, as it turned out. They're playing in 3 balls. Most wins by Americans on the European Tour, where you can see Tiger's way ahead of everybody else. Phil Mickelson, Tom Watson, of course, with 5. They were all Open Championships. Mark Cabrera had an Open Championship in there. Bob Byman, remember Bob Byman? Twice won in Holland.
God damn it.
It's going right.
Nice.
And one of the few shots we've seen him get in his own way. Club way behind him there. Body really did flash ahead of the club shaft. And that's a really tough spot to try and get up and down from.
Now, if Robert Rock can just keep calm and shove it on the green there, it would be a good move. But here's Molinari for his birdie at 12. See, even the ball seems to roll quietly with Molinari. Just a 3. George Coetzee, you know, has had 3 birdies in the last 6 holes, and he's moved up to 10 under par. I haven't seen too much of him.
I think it's like 54 shot with that.
So after seeing Tiger go into the right rough, short-siding himself, Paul, what does Robert have here?
Well, he's got 148 yards to go, and I'm sure he would be quite pleased to see the Tiger leak his to the right. Plenty of room left of this pin.
Ball a little bit below his feet there, helping him cut that one into that right flag, and he's produced a little gem. Could we be seeing a 2-shot swing here? Could be a big turning point in this championship.
Rock staying ice cool in the company of Tiger.
You noticed after he hit that shot, Warren and Retton, that Tiger took that kind of walk by himself away from his caddy, Joe LaCava, give himself a little bit of time to gather himself, kind of think about what he did there with that second shot. And we see that a lot from Tiger. When he makes a mistake, he tries to kind of walk and talk his way through it as he makes his way back up to the next shot. He's not going to be happy with the result when he gets up to the green and sees where that ball is.
It's been a bit more ragged from Tiger today than it has been over the first 3 days. Maybe that's all to do with pressure, even for Tiger.
Yes, you can work a lot on your game on the range, whether it's in private, you know, practice round matches, but you don't really know how it's going to perform until you get in tournament conditions. And the more the adrenaline's in the system, the more the swing will feel like it changes. You've got to know how it's going to react when you get a little bit pumped up. Just wondering whether more of the problem's been caused by Tiger because he's had so much more indecision in his mind today because the wind has switched round and he doesn't feel comfortable with that. I don't know, but he doesn't seem as certain about some shots as he has done in the first 3 rounds.
Walking the golf course this morning with these guys, Warren, it is a totally different golf course today with the change in the wind. The wind isn't that high and it's not that strong, Warren, but it is a completely different wind.
Paul, this doesn't look very inviting.
No, absolutely not. He's got to use the flag here, I think. Hit that if he's going to stay close. No room to work with, everything going away from him.
That was beautifully played. And he's done well to get it there. At least he gives himself a chance for a putt to save par.
Charles Schwartzel has completed his round in 70, but you know, in the last 12 holes he managed only 2 pars He had 6 birdies and he had 4 drop shots in the last 12 holes, Charles Schwartzel. So a very mixed bag for him. He's finished just at lying 20th on 6 under, with at the moment David Lynn and Jamie Donaldson. They're still out in the course. Still have quite a few holes to play.
Almost the forgotten man of this 3-ball, Peter Hansen. Couldn't get any grip on his second shot there. Deep rough again. Down the hill, this is a quick one, and will break from left to right for him.
You almost get the feeling, Warren, that the way things have gone for Peter, and seeing that Tiger and Robert are right there at the top, that he'd like to just get out of the way as quickly as he can.
It's not gone well for him. Golly, though, outside chance for a birdie on 13. That's not going to go for him.
Still lying 4th, Gonny, however, with Molinari and McIlroy and Coetzee and Thomas Bjorn.
Well, Tiger having a good look at this one, as you would expect him to. Left himself no chance there, short-sided again from 155. This one, you've got to think the way the green is lying from back to front, that there will be a little movement from left to right here. But it's 18 feet. You've got to think that the chances are it's a 2-putt more times than not.
And yet under pressure, this is the kind of putt that Tiger holds. That's a very good 4. What a battling, fighting 4 that was, and it might well be that 4 will be, at the end of the day, the 4 that helps him win the title.
You can see what it means to him. That's the first time this week we've seen him do a little bit of fist pumping. So you know inside he is still wholly committed to trying to win. Now how will Rock respond?
This for a 3-shot advantage.
I don't think there's much in this one. Renton maybe left of centre of anything.
Right on line in the jaws, if only he'd hit it.
Both players walk off with 4s. Tiger's the one who walks to the 12th tee with a little bit of momentum based upon how he played that hole.
Well played hole though by Rock. Good tee shot, nicely shaped second. He did everything right except didn't hit it, but there you can see the emotion. Wonder whether that putt will free him off. Play with the break off. He's been playing with the break on all day.
Good to see you. No birdie this time, but still having a very good week at 10 under. He hasn't won on tour yet, but he's another candidate, Warren, that we would certainly have on the list of players likely to win this year.
Most definitely. He's got a very good all-round game. Long hitter, good touch. Hits lots of greens, and a young man who's not afraid on a Sunday afternoon.
Well, this is the hole-in-one hole.
Yeah, why don't we see that tracer go in? But you can see it's downhill to the flag on the front of the green. There is quite a big slope behind it, but I don't think they can really rely on the spin if they hit past the flag because it's down the breeze.
This was day one, and this was Sergio Garcia's ace. We don't have Jose Manuel Lara's ace, but this was Garcia. A little later, Lara did it, and then today, along came Graham McDowell. Different pin position, of course, but equally good shot from McDowell. And there you go. High fives all round for that. And now on the tee, Hansen.
Very interesting there, watching Tiger straight in, just watching, having a look, see what club Robert has selected. Had a look also what Peter's just hit in there, 173. Like we said this week, it's a sheltered tee. The players and caddies not just quite sure the direction or strength of wind, but it is behind off the right. Very, very good pin, 5 on, 5 off the right. Just an 8 iron for Robert. May even be a big 9.
Good shot. Doesn't look to be or showing any signs of being flustered. Very cool there. He was looking that one up and down the flag.
After a par on day one, Tiger has gone 2-2 the last 2 days. Paul, what do you think he's selected here?
I think he's going for 9 here. And it's a good pin for him as well. Mind having said that, so was the one on the last. On the right hand side, we've said all week how Tiger's swinging slightly left, holding on to that face, stopping it from turning over. It's only hit 3 greens in regulation as the breeze just picks up.
"17 greens in regulation on the first day, then 13, 16 greens yesterday, so it's quite a contrast to the way he's played today. Has found the putting surface here, but is a long way from the hole.
Well, what an interesting tournament this has been all week, and Tiger Woods is still right in it there, but by no means certain to win it now. Robert Rock is the man who's out in front.
Still quite a lot of people involved. No player outside of this, you would think. Anyone within 3, all those at 10 under. They've still got chances. McIlroy, of course, at 10 under and got a birdie putt here on 13. Bit of a swinger from left to right.
That's quite good though, because that's a birdie for McIlroy, so he moves into joint second place on 11 under par, just 2 shots off the lead, and you see a few more birdies before the end, and McIlroy could still be the winner of this tournament.
And that's the reason that he is only at 11 under par. He's hit the ball well today compared to how he hit the ball the first 3 days, Renton, but the putting wasn't really working until then.
Keep in mind that he's got that sequence going whereby as Malacero pops another one in there, Malacero, that was for a birdie at the 12th, and he's gone to 9 under par. Sorry, the 15th. And at the end of the day, to keep the progression going of successes here in Abu Dhabi, Rory McIlroy needs to win.
Yeah, 11-5-3-2 he's gone, hasn't he? So pretty good run for Rory. Paul Lawrie didn't learn much off Rory's putt there on 13, but he's made a par. Plenty of excitement left in this contest. Final day, it's all been a bit tense, I think, up to now. I think may find players, if they do hole a few putts like McIlroy on the last, start to get the crowd excited, maybe they respond.
It's important for Robert Rock not to think now, where am I, what am I doing here? Just to keep on playing quietly and normally.
Easier said than done, Renton.
But he's not shown any signs. You're not seeing he's not walking any quicker. He's not doing anything different. He looks very calm, especially when he's over the ball. And his rhythm has stayed the same. So the outward signs are that he's coping with it well. And I think the fact that he sees Tiger uncomfortable, I think is helping him.
Absolutely spot on, Warren. Has definitely Robert playing the better of the golf. I still think he's a little bit too far away from the clubhouse yet, just to start thinking too far ahead. He's played a lot of events to get a little bit giddy this early in the round.
But different this though from the Midland PGA.
Yeah. Well, possibly so. Would this be bigger than the Irish Open? Possibly. Playing with Tiger. Wow. Never done this before. Double breaker here for Tiger. Is it going to go a little left to right? May come back or just straighten for him. He's downhill all the way. But again, he's a good 15 paces beyond the pin here.
Had it nicely running at the hole. Lee Westwood trying to make a birdie on his final hole.
That's a 70 for Westwood. And Westwood finishes 6 under par. He's in the same group as Schwartzel. They've now moved to joint 18th.
Never plays well at the beginning of the season normally, Lee Westwood, so it seems like a good warm-up tournament for him.
Wilson at the 15th, he's just dropped a shot at the 14th. And he's going to be 8 under. Oh, almost another hole in one. Good shot though from the Dane. 22 years old.
We go back to the 12th green now. Robert has 3 players 2 shots behind him. Rory McIlroy just made a birdie at 13, and Lawrie and Woods at 11 under par as well. And an opportunity here, Warren, for Robert to stretch it just a little bit farther.
Yeah, but the 3 players right behind Rock, McIlroy, Lawrie and Woods, all major winners. Big field.
It's another very good opportunity for Robert to sneak further ahead. He did have a good look at Peter Hansen's putt, which is on a similar line, although it came up short. Not a great deal in this one.
Two putts short, 2 greens in a row. Maybe a little bit of tension creeping in, but I did notice on the leaderboard that that board by the side of the 12th green not showing McIlroy's birdie on the 13th, so it's a little bit behind.
Straight and firm for Tiger here.
6 holes to play. And Tiger's 2 behind.
Never worried him too much in the past, has it? He's made some pretty good comebacks from that sort of situation before in regular events. Maybe not in majors, but just looking for that spark. Talking of spark, here's a bright spark. McIlroy. Longest par 4 on the course. And, oh my goodness me. Wow, that's a long way left. And with the flag cut on the left side, not the ideal place to be. Mind you, he's not in the rough. He'll be able to get a club onto the ball. May not be too bad for him.
Well, I tell you, they've had a marvellous tournament here in Abu Dhabi. It's going to be difficult to top this next year. This is Molinari.
Tee shot into the wind a little bit today. Brings the bunkers in left and right. I really want to go down the left side to shorten the hole, but flag cut over on the left won't give them a really good angle into the pin. That's perfect by Molinari. Couldn't have walked down there and positioned it better.
Yawn. He's certainly enjoyed himself here this week. Not going to win it, but he's lying 5th at the moment.
Just going to do provisional. Hold on, please.
Well, he's going to hit a provisional, but I think he'll find the first one.
And McIlroy's playing the provisional, but yes, we know that it's safe up there in the wasteland area, but he may be worried about a few of the thick bushes up there. Won't have seen it from the tee.
Well, Ken Brown has come back to join us in the commentary box, and so it's time for Warren and I to say thanks for joining us, Steve. We'll watch this tee shot off the 13th of Robert Rock, and then we'll let you head away to your other duties. He's happy with it, or is he? I think he is.
It's been a pleasure all week long. Warren, Ken, Renton, thank you very much for having us. It's been a great week here in Abu Dhabi. It's going to be a very exciting finish. Can't wait to watch it. We're going to go down on the ground now and talk to the players as they come off the golf course, and you guys enjoy the rest of your telecast. Thanks for having us all week.
Who's your money on, quickly before you go?
You know, I don't give my opinion out, Warren, but
on the fence.
You see, he asked you about Jack Nicklaus or Tiger Woods, but he won't answer your simple question.
I think the guy who's leading is in pretty good shape right now. He looks awfully in control, but there's a lot of golf left, and this guy knows how to apply pressure with 6 holes remaining, only 2 shots back. Take care, guys.
I think he's saying Tiger.
I think that's a smart save. Smart call. Tiger, though, once again, not quite showing the composure that he has over the first 3 days. Very quick, fast with the body. Not got the timing with his arms swing and his body turn at all at the moment.
Good to see you. Oh, that was awfully close, wasn't it, for Garcia? Ken Brown's rejoined us again, and I'm going to take a short break and leave Ken and Warren in total control.
Well, that's a bit dangerous, Renton.
Taps in for his par, George. 10 under, 3 behind. Still can do it with a really sporting finish.
Little from the right. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Oh, just enough pace. Little up and down, but 9 under.
2 twos on his back 9. That's always sharpens things up a bit.
His putting wand was very sound the opening 3 days, but nothing much going in the bottom of the cup for Gone, getting a bit frustrated. His third outing of the year. He played a couple of tournaments in South Africa, made one cut and missed the other.
Wonder what's going through his mind right now. All his experience.
Just looking at the flags, Warren, this wind looks like it's changing a little bit.
Yeah, just saw the flag on 14 going in the opposite direction as Gone played his bunker shot. Maybe that wind that normally turns around in the middle of the day doesn't know what time it is. It's turned a little bit late.
22. 72 total.
Got a feeling there's a man on the course that'll be able to tell us.
Back to the foot, guys. Thank you.
Yes, a little change in the direction, which the players won't want, because had it have stayed as it had been, we just watched Peter Hansen trying to nudge one back onto the fairway, it would have been downwind on the 18th.
Left to right now. For the most part.
Has it gone 180 degrees round, or is it just a 90-degree swing, or is it just making up its mind at the moment?
It's sort of making up its mind, probably around about 45, but it's definitely moving. Warren, we watch Tiger's got 172, pin back on the left-hand side, and he's found a nice lie here. Well, you can find a nice lie in the rough, you can see the back of the ball, so no problems for him getting the distance. The wind is back into his face here.
Pin on the left, doesn't want to miss the green on the left, very awkward from there.
Hey, not that rough, just snags it there. Stay there.
Not too bad, so he's a little short, so he's got a little bit of green to work with.
So many fairways in the first few days, didn't have to worry about the rough, and now he's finding the rough. It's realizing what a difficult proposition it is playing out of there.
Sorry.
Yes, it'll be a little bit of time before Robert gets to hit his second shot. Once Peter Hansen had missed the fairway left in between two of the bushes, sort of squirted it to here, the left-hand rough. He's got about 150 yards to go. Maybe an 8-iron for Peter.
Slipping back. Well, Paulie's got a little bit of an upslope of a lie. We can see in the sand we'll just nestle a fraction, but not too bad.
No, it's okay, Ken. He can see the back of the ball nice and clean. He's got 143 yards to go, but the big problem for Robert here is the severity of the upslope. I mean, this ball really is going to go high. The lip shouldn't be a problem for him.
How far to the front?
The pin's on 22, so 121 yards he's got. But this ball's definitely going to stall when it gets up there because it's going to go so high. You need as much as a 7 iron here.
He was saying go right, go right. Must keep still on this. Doesn't want to catch it clean, so he'll definitely club it into the lip. So played it fairly cautionary, got well over the lip, but nicely played. So important to remain still. Rock leads by 2. He's struggling a little bit here.
Yes, little chip and putting competition between him and Tiger coming up. McIlroy found the wasteland area to the left off the tee. Still in trouble, now in thick rough. Other two players are up on the green, and Rory will have that to save par.
Manacero just short of the 16th. Little run up the tee. Oh, nicely done. Matteo, magic Matteo. It's going to be a tough par 4, and that was a tiny little chip in.
Robert's still 20 paces short of the green. He's going with a bit of loft and spin here.
Oh, one of the first poor shots he's hit.
Sergio Garcia trying to get to 9 under. That'll be a par at the last, I'm sure, as Tiger plays a little gem of a chip from the rough on the left of 13. Perhaps now beginning to apply some squeeze and pressure onto Robert.
Robert 13 under. If he finishes, well, I think if he finishes 13 under, unlikely anybody's going to beat it, but 14 under would be quite comfortable. I don't think anyone's going to make it to 15 under. So he's still got it under control. There's still a lot of golf to be played.
Well, he's got a long putt for his par. Molinari trying to get to 11 under. Into a tie for second, not going to happen.
Oh, was reasonably happy with a par at the 14th. It's playing the hardest hole today. Just 4 birdies at number 14, the long par 4.
Yeah, 16th is the 4th hardest hole on the course, so going to be awkward for these players as the wind is shifting round.
So a huge putt here for McIlroy. He's 11 under. Rock might drop a stroke on the hole behind him to drop to 12. Little down the green. Oh, Harry. Rain's taking it on. Yes! Yes! What a terrific fall. Keeps you right in the hunt.
Well, that was 100% willing into the hole, wasn't it?
Just down the green, it just kept it. I thought of a foot to go, it's going to be short.
Yeah, it's no wonder the cheap ducks were puffing out their relief as that one went in.
Now, McIlroy can still very easily win this.
Yes, as he thought, second shot of Roberts, very difficult out the bunker. I'm not sure he had the right club for the pitching shot there, back into the wind, up to the green, and never got it to the hole. Now he's up the hill all the way here, a little from the left.
Not a bad attempt after 2 putts, which he left short of the hole, maybe showing signs of tension. At least it gave that one a chance in terms of pace.
He's got a wonderful stroke going at the moment. This is his par at the 14th. Oh, sorry, birdie chance. Now you see, I would look at it the other way. I've had a lot of wonderful putts that haven't gone in, but of course, if they don't go in, they are poor putts.
Yeah. Berating himself for a par on a hole which has caused a lot of players troubles. I think a little pat on the back wouldn't go amiss there. Woods having to dig very deep in this round. Struggled so far on the back nine, struggling again here for a par, but you'd normally expect him to brush this one in.
Well, he's missed a few fairways today, missed a few greens, but he's hanging in there. Level par. 3 bogeys, 3 birdies.
Par putt for Molinari. Yes. And he'll find he's only 2 behind, because Rock, we know, he's going to drop at least 1 shot on 13.
No, he's gone on the greens. You just have those days sometimes, you think, I've played well all 3 days, and you miss a few early on, and you think, here we go, back to normal.
There's always a little extra strain too, trying out a new putter. That belly putter, won't have had the experience of knowing how that behaves on a Sunday.
Well, I always remember standing on the first tee with Simon Hobden. He said in those days the final day was on a Saturday at Penneed, and he said, "Oh, I'm so nervous." He says, "Saturday, it's payday."
One more, stand please.
Hanson tapping in, making a 6 there ahead of Rock, so a 4 for Tiger. This for a 5 for Robert. It's a drop shot, but he's got to look on the positive side of things. Although he's let a shot go there, he's still 1 shot ahead of McIlroy, Lowry and Woods.
'15th, 167 yards, frontish pin. Pins on 7's a high towering iron. Landing very softly, excellent shot. Beautifully struck, see the breeze behind, back to where it was earlier in the week at this stage. And you've really got to float it in the air to bring it down that softly, haven't you? It sort of hangs in the air like a condor and just poof, drops to the ground.
Yes, it is, yeah.
He'll be feeling pepped up too by the fact that he's holed a putt on the previous green. Always nice when a player sees the ball going in. He believes that he's reading the greens correctly. Plenty of birdies here, 14, 5 drop shots. Got to keep the concentration.
neat and repetitive action. No frills to it. He's always got to concentrate. He says at the top of his backswing, he doesn't sort of get a little bit of extra wrist action. That's when things go awry of action, but he's always straight to the top, straight through.
Just a couple under for the par threes this week. Molinari, quite as good as the young lad he's playing with. McIlroy, 6 under now for the par threes.
Yeah, Rory's had 7 twos, which is pretty impressive in a week's golf. He's got another chance here at the 15th. Paul Lawrie.
Now that's usually where they put the pin on a Sunday in Abu Dhabi, but there's a change this year. A little section on the front edge this year where it's not quite up to scratch, so they've decided to put the pin on the other side. Unfortunate for Lawrie.
Bunkers down the left to be avoided for Tiger here.
Nice shot.
It's more like the timing that he's had for the first few rounds, but look at the extra run on the ball, and that's found sand. We'll be annoyed at that.
There's a little tiger on the side of the ball. There's always a #1 Nike. There's loads of people around the world who like to get hands on one of Tiger's balls.
I just feel Tiger's been caught out by the change in wind again there. Running into the right-hand bunker. That was his aiming point all week.
Such a tough fairway to find. See, there's almost a little hog's back. Poor old Tiger hit the downslope and shot the ball forward from what he thought was a perfect tee shot. Tough to pick the winner, but Rock certainly is in the driving seat. He's 1 under for his round, 12 under. But McIlroy, Lawrie and Woods just 1 stroke behind. Controlled. Matteo, always awkward when you're standing in the sand, his feet might slip, but he clubbed well down and just shunted it forward. Excellent.
Got some whip into that, didn't he? There was some hand action there. Oh, we loved that. Really tough scoring day. Lowest scores in the clubhouse so far. 68 by Hansen, Colsaerts and Chaurasia, so not easy to shoot low numbers out there. Testing times, hard to get near the pin. Lawrie with a long putt for 2.
Little forward press and just rocks it backwards and forwards. Nicely judged. I saw someone tweeted away, Warren, that Luke Donald had his worst finish today on European Tour, 48th. I'm not sure that's quite the case. He's never missed the cut, apart from the World Championship events. He's missed 1 or 2, so not the greatest week for Luke Donald, but also amazing that he's never missed the cut on our tour. You join us, McIlroy. 15th green, has this to tie the lead. It's quite an inviting one from the right. Maybe pretty straight where he's aiming. Is he going to turn? Oh. I just had a feeling he was going to nudge that in. It was one of those putts, just right, it's just how you like them.
Was tracking beautifully, wasn't it? Just the pace stopped it from going in. Yes, and your tweeter is wrong. 51st is the worst finish by Luke Donald in a regular European Tour event. Anyway, we get back to the golf here. McDowell, the hole-in-one king today. Playing into 17, and that's a glorious shot. Talking to his coach Peter Cowan earlier on today, and he was saying this man is definitely going to win again this year. May win a few. Playing very well.
Well, we've seen from McIlroy, there's not much in this putt. Francesco Molinari has this for a 2 to get within 1. It's a slow one, uphill into the grain. Oh dear. Mavis.
Thank you.
Well, sand trouble for Rock and Woods. But both of them have shots, you would think. Shallow bunkers here. Certainly from long distance there, it looks as if Robert's got a reasonable lie. But Paul, not the best of angles, but he should be able to get it on the green.
Yes, he's certainly not the angle for the pin.
I think
he's in a nice flat
as
spot.
long as you're happy with that out of that line.
And the wind has changed round, right back
Yeah,
to where it's
right
been
at the
all
flag
week.
on that farm there.
What's his demeanour like? Have you had a chance to have a kind of a word with him? Is he still buoyed up, or?
Yeah, just hasn't changed from the first. Very much a man in control. Well, that's how he looks. 198 to the pin. A 6-iron out.
Oh, that's a marvellous shot. It's sort of was like Sandy Lyle at the Masters, not quite contention, but it was beautifully picked off.
I thought with the way he was looking at it that he was worried it was going to go in the bunker on the left, but fantastic shot.
Well, the ball just a little bit below Tiger's feet here. Promote the left to right shape. Pin tucked on the left-hand side of the green. 179 for Tiger here.
Particularly thinks it's a possible plugger, and they have seen a few plugged lies, certainly in the bunker on the right of the green.
It's a splendid shot by Anacera to get it on the green from where his ball finished on the edge of the green. I mean, edge of the bunker. Long putt for a 3. Matteo tied 5th at the moment. What would he give for a birdie down the last? Get to 11 under. You just never know with the difficulty of 16 and 17.
Well, like everybody, McIlroy's struggled to find this fairway. It's a very awkward one. Hard dog leg to the left. And it wants you to draw the ball. It's so easy to overdraw it. Long par 4.
Might be 2 inches out that. The second cut of rough could be very awkward.
Well, the fairway's reasonably generous, but you're sort of hitting down this right side. You almost feel like you're hitting away from the green because the whole fairway turns in sharp left, almost 90 degrees.
Really good rhythm Laurie has. Gets through the ball well. He's gone the other side. Just in the light semi, but a much longer shot coming up for him.
Tricky to read. Read it well. Virtually straight. That's a back nine. That's a bit of a comeback.
Into a tie for 5th. Birdie, eagle the last 11. Eagle might be asking a lot.
Good break for Tiger. Ball's come out of its pitch mark.
Yeah, he's got
Stand,
a good
please,
line
guys.
here, Ken.
Behind the green, thank you.
Shouldn't be too many problems for Tiger.
Yeah, I like the look of this one. One of those ones, it's just a classic splash shot that you spend hours and hours practicing. Nice firm green.
Didn't waste too much time over it either. Knew exactly what he was going to do. Bit like those spot the ball competitions.
Yeah, he's not looking at the ball though, is he? It'd be very tough to know where it's gone. That is superb. Worth the licence fee.
Sarah's tapped in for his par, leaving it the way clear for Bjorn to play to 17. Bjorn, one of 4 players, 10 under, tied for 5th.
George could see her. 16th birdie chance up the little tier. Ten under, 2 behind. We finish here with a 3, then 2 tough par 4s and a par 5 18th.
Yes, and this man eagled the 18th yesterday. Maybe you won't find it quite so easy today with the breeze into him, but he's a powerful hitter.
Well, another good chance for Robert here. He's below the hole. It was a terrific iron shot. It really was to set this up, I think. Dead weight on the right lip is what he needs here, but he has been short the last couple.
Wonderful 3.
Great bounce back. That's what they talk about. How players respond to adversity, and he's done that very well there.
Can't wait to get his card out as a 3. Put me down for a 3 on the hardest hole on the golf course.
Yeah, I don't think it'll make Tiger's putt too difficult because it's pretty short, but it just lets him know he's not going to go away.
And holes are starting to run out. 2-stroke lead. Like many of the players, there's a little line on his ball and he lines it up where he wants the putt to start. Little black line.
It is incredible how many greens Tiger's missed and how he's had to struggle to keep this round together today.
You've got your little ready reckoner. How many has he missed? I don't take you a moment to add them up. Paul looks at his little card.
10. Missed 10 greens, Tiger, today so far.
10 out of 14. Thank you.
Well, he may have missed 10 out of 14. He's still hanging in there. He's a couple behind, but running out of holes. 4 holes left. Great birdie by Robert Rock.
Second to Paul Lurie's a long way. 16th.
Digs into that grass at the front of the green. It's almost been scarified to stand up, so nothing really rolls forward if you're short on 16.
Torbjorn Olesen.
Led after the second round. Still inside the top 10, 1 under for today's round so far.
How's this like? Can Rory get the club on the back of the wall? That's an excellent shot. Excellent.
I think you call that a doozy.
Yeah, that's a handy one. 15th tee, par 3, playing down breeze. Robert Rock has the honour, courtesy of his birdie at the last. 13 under, 2 ahead.
It's 55 shot.
He's got a good man on the bag. Gary Tilston, he's got a twin brother, Guy, almost identical.
So just play a little right of it. Yeah.
Interesting stat up there on the green though. 11 greens of regulation by
It's just a hair off
Robert.
Down.
6 by Hansen, 3 by Tiger.
Well, this is a little teasing pin position, front left. That bunker there for anything short. 161. 9-iron for Robert. Plenty of green to the right and beyond the flag here.
It's a little bit right of the flag. Well, this is a green you shouldn't miss in regulation.
And Tiger's just got to go straight at this, Ken, hasn't he? And it's downwind, short iron. This will test out whether he's really comfortable with what he's doing. We've been speaking all week about how good it looks, how strong it is. It's deserted him a little bit today, but mainly distance control.
I think it's the wind. Once again, he's got a bit of a mystery. Where's it coming from? Because indecision. New choice of club.
It's straight behind him. It's one of those, can I get a wedge there? But there's a front trap. Is it 9? And we saw on 12 where he hit a lovely shot straight over the flag, but 15 paces beyond the pin.
Getting the line here should be relatively easy. It's judging the distance, the length of it. That was on line, wasn't it? No, I wouldn't fancy this one much. That little uphill line. There's a bit of green, but not sure you fancied it much either.
Yeah, very tight. And with the grass sticking up, sometimes you find the ball sits down in that grass. And hard to get the club right on the back of the ball. Big moment here for Thomas Bjorn if he could hole a putt and move into a tie for second. Oh, and he has too. Whoa! Three-time winner last year, perhaps sizing up a fourth win in not very many months.
Of course, Thomas defending next week in Qatar for the Qatar Masters. Oh, we don't leave it short. It's up the little ledge. Give it a chance. And a good effort.
Well, he was second last year. Doesn't want the disappointment of being the bridesmaid again. Got to find at least one birdie in the final two. He's got to hope that Rock makes a bit of a slip, although he does look very comfortable right now.
Tiger's got his new sponsor called Fuse, which is something to do with nutritious drinks and bars, I think. Well, I know he's absolutely delighted to be back playing fully fit. It's been his problem. In fact, he said in one of his news conferences, I've not been fit really for 10 years. Knee problems and Achilles problems, which has allowed him to prepare for the first time really well for the season.
Yes, because anything like that just impinges on your concentration. You're always worried about whether the body's going to break down, and that's the last thing he wants to be thinking about while playing a tournament.
There he is. He's a good looker, isn't he?
Long put across the green for Peter Hansen. It really is a miserable walk, isn't it, when your playing partners are vying for a title and you're just spending money by the minute.
An important putt here for Paul Lawrie. It's for a par on 16.
You miss any more? Yeah, it's possible.
Ever difficult to distinguish a Scotsman at a ray of sunshine.
Well, you had him saying, is it possible to miss any more putts than I've missed this week? And he has been a bit unlucky, in fairness. He has holed a few as well. It usually balances out.
Like we were saying before about Tiger, just the distance control really has been the problem coming into the greens. That iron shot was straight over the flag. But now again a long range putt right to left. He did hold that monster on the second for a birdie.
A little down the slope and quite quick from here. I don't think of Bay Hill.
Home.
Tiger knows he's running out of holes. This is Kutsia. And he's playing his second to the 17th. The choppy chap is Kutsia. That's a superb shot, and a good chance of a birdie coming up for him at 17, which would move him to 11 under par and into joint second place. With a chance of a birdie at the last as well.
Graham McDowell, good birdie on the 17th to get to 10 under, playing his third now to the par 5. 18th, long way back, pin right. Ooh, hello, look at this. Well, that's a novel way to play the last. They've already had a hole run. So it really is his day. Can you believe that? He can't. Extraordinary shot.
A little bit up the slope here for Robert, left to right.
Once again coming up just short, but bang on line. It's 3 okay and stays at 13 under with 3 to play. Tiger also makes his putt. So he stays 11 under. And Rock still has a 2-shot advantage over his nearest rivals, Bjorn after his birdie at 17, McIlroy and Woods.
Well, 3 holes left for Tiger. And the opposition with Tiger always expect the unexpected with him. You just do not know.
Well, I remember when he won at Chevron just before Christmas, he birdied the last 2 holes to win the title, came from behind there. Garcia rounded 69 today, so too was Romain Wattel. Anders Hansen had that 68. But generally the scoring today has been that little bit higher than it has been during the week. Certainly yesterday. Conditions were perfect yesterday, but the wind has caused some problems today, coming from another direction.
Yeah, it's kept changing all day. It's almost gone back to how it was blowing. It's very difficult, I'm sure, when people are interviewed at the end of the day, they'll say it was very tricky to pick your club and the greens were a bit firm and harder to get to the flags on a Sunday.
Well, Robert's been so solid today. He's leaked that to the right, I think.
Right in the middle of the fairway.
There's Gary, he's got a twin brother, Guy. It's impossible to know the difference unless you've got a trained eye.
Actually, it's good that Rock has a good caddy on the bag, because it's important at this stage. He's under a lot of pressure. So is this man, of course, trying to win. That's what he came here to do. And after he started with 2 birdies in the first 3 holes, you had the feeling that, well, it's just going to be a stroll to victory for Tiger, and it hasn't proved that at all.
Only hit 2 fairways today, Tiger.
Make that 2 fairways. I thought the way he was looking, that was going to find a fairway. I think he probably was.
Now how difficult that rough is. McIlroy only just got it onto the green from there.
Well, McDowell has this for a birdie after a ricochet off the hospitality unit behind the green. The grandstand. Oh, birdie finish for McDowell, and he finishes on 11 under par. Well, he covered the last 7 holes in 5 under. Helped by that ace, of course, at the 12th. 1-3, 4-3, 4-3, 4 finish for McDowell.
Sia could be joining him in a moment. Birdie putt here on 17. Oh, hit it way too hard, right through the break. Oof. Need to compose himself now before the next one.
Manacero. At the last, popping it in for 5. Manasera round in 69. And at 10 under par, he's going to finish just outside the top 5. And at the moment, he is just outside the top 5, sharing 6th spot.
Well, he's done well there. Well, he's knocked it in for his par, but missed opportunity there for George.
Falcon gazing down from the top of the very unusual clubhouse. Looks down on the 18th green. Rock at 13 under. McDowell, Bjorn, McIlroy and Woods at 11.
Trying to club it out. As he finds a half decent lie there, Winton, he's coming right up the length of the green.
Thomas Bjorn's third to the 18th. Hasn't dropped a shot today, Thomas Bjorn. Safe, reliable shot. Really moved up the leaderboard yesterday with that round of 65. He was out in 30.
McIlroy from the perfect spot, the 17th. Do they like it? Do they like it? Over the flag. Superb shot. Although Robert Rock sort of came out of his tee shot and popped it in the air, it's only gone 270 yards. He's on the fairway. 206 left.
Well, let me just double check. Suddenly it feels it now. Yeah, it's gone in there. Fade the foot. You think? 202. Well, it's not going to help it. You can fade before and have it landing
Still
soft.
might pitch right by it that way.
Yeah. Right. So we fancy it in
10 beyond.
Yeah, not a huge amount, but I mean this is the right shot, isn't it? Like before. Well, it will if you don't fade. Let's go with that. If you're happy with that, that's clear in the front, so.
Down grain on the front, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's what Robert's got in his mind, and certainly what Gary's got on his mind as well. Big thing here is not to get the ball spinning too much right to left, because that wind is quite strong now from the right. Pin 22 on, 7 off the right hand side.
A big 5. Oh, that's a magical shot. Superb, absolute stinger.
Well, I tell you, under pressure, Warren, at this stage in the afternoon, clinging to a 2-shot lead. What a shot.
But he played what his heart told him to play. The caddy wanted to hit the 4, and he thought, no, I can get there with the 5. He'd stayed true to his own character. That's a wonderful shot.
Bjorn for a birdie at the last. He wanted it to go in so badly, but it's a 68 and it's 11 under par. He's in the clubhouse with Graham McDowell on that mark.
I think you could see by his reaction, he thinks 12 might be good enough for a playoff.
It will be a terrific weekend after his opening 73. Maybe he thought Missed the cut. There he is. He's currently joint second.
Talking about playoffs. Never had a playoff in this championship. Laurie, 17. Not a green to work with.
Oh, nice bounce. Thanks.
I remember him speaking to him one day. I just never get any luck, said Paul. Well, I just reminded you did win the Open from 10 behind.
50 from the late Seve Ballesteros, 42 from Langer, 38 you can see from Tiger Woods, 31 from Colin Montgomery, 30 from Nick Faldo, Ian Wisdom, Ernie Els and Jose Maria Olazábal, multiple winner.
How's this lying, Paul?
Well, it's sat right down, Ken. It really is a tough one from Tiger here. He's going to have to use all his speed and strength to get this ball up and out. Haven't got the benefit of running the ball onto the greens here with these soft fairways.
No bad.
As Paul Laurie would say. Is he going to be able to do it, or is he going to come up short today? In many respects, Ken, if he does win it, it'll be, well, not a travesty, but it'll show that he's had to scramble so hard because he's missed so many fairways.
Yes, that's exactly right. You're behind the black ball if you keep missing fairways, struggling.
Let's see if he's got a little bit of luck here, Paul.
He has had so many good putts to have burned the edge.
What a performance though by Robert Rock, playing with Tiger Woods, keeping his cool, playing his own game, keeping his rhythm, not being intimidated in any way. Fantastic confidence builder for Robert Rock.
But you've got to finish the job off. There's still a long way to go. I'll say that,
right.
but
no, you're quite right. But
because then it's a tremendous confidence loser if you don't win.
Let's stay positive.
Oh yeah, he's sort of got him under his foot at the moment, but he's just got to.
Things happen so strangely in golf. It's quite on the cards that Tiger might roll this one in and then, Rock miss. Suddenly it's a totally different ball game with two to play.
Well, he's holed so many putts. Stage at Dubai one year there, he holed right across the green. Bay Hill, Arnold Farmers tournament. He holds a couple of unbelievable putts to take that title. He's always there. He's always thinking this. I'm going to go right to the bitter end. Might smoke it on the 18th and roll it from 50 feet. And of course, his opponents are always aware of that.
Another tricky little shot for Peter Hansen. He's clear of the trees though, can pop this in the air and land it softly.
Just to get within one stroke for McIlroy. This is for birdie number 22 of the week. It's his moment. Oh.
Don't think it is his week.
McIlroy and Woods played together the opening 3 days.
Well, Tiger's ball hasn't just quite made the front edge of the green here, and that pin's cut 22 paces on. Another long attempt for birdie for Tiger. Ball's going to swing from left to right. It may just straighten up as it gets closer to the hole.
See a little bit of magic. I wonder. Will be a relief to Robert Rock.
He wasn't looking, maybe he was thinking back to how he won the Italian Open. Get back to that as Laurie makes a bogey here on 17.
2 bogeys in a row for Paul Laurie as he stumbles just at the end. It's a par for McIlroy. McIlroy an 11 under par.
Come on, Rory!
Has the par 5 last to play. If he can birdie it and finish 12 under, you never know, he might find himself in a playoff.
It's a chance. This is Tiger's moment. He's 11 under. If he holds this, Rock misses, he's still within 2. If it goes the other way round, I think Tiger's chance of winning is virtually disappeared.
Yes, Robert is going to have to wait to put a Tiger now then. Not much in it, just shows the quality of Rock's second shot. This is Tiger 4th before Robert has to put for his birdie. Benefit of knocking it past is that you could have seen the line. Don't think there's much break in this one.
Can you read it?
He sticks in, doesn't he, at the end? Still got a chance then of winning.
I always say his mum gave him the sort of positive outlook and his dad gave him the never give up.
Which are really both the same in many respects.
That's probably true. But he's got both of them.
He was watching Tiger, or wasn't watching Tiger. I was just wondering whether he was thinking back to the Italian Open win that he had. He had 7 birdies in 9 holes in an epic battle against Gary Boyd. Putter served him well that day. I wonder whether it can serve him well here. This would be a real good putt to hold, and I'd give him a big cushion.
This is dead straight for Robert.
What a good putt to hold. Well. He's 14 under. He's 3 shots cleared. He's got 2 holes to play. He's just got to keep calm, and he's got this victory in the bag. Meanwhile, on 18, McIlroy.
Has to give it his all here. No holding back. He's watching it. And not where he wanted to be, obviously. Not going to better get home from there. And he knows maybe his chance has gone. He won't know, of course, that Robert Rock has made his 5th birdie of the day back on 16.
Not a cloud in the sky today for this fourth round of what has been the most exhilarating Abu Dhabi HSBC Golf Championship yet. And HSBC will be involved in the sponsorship for another 3 years as well.
It's beautifully staged, isn't it? All the signage and the boards and look at that, beautiful, isn't it? All put together and then taken away again.
Well, the old maestro Peter German is the man who stages these events, and everything's got to be spot on for him, otherwise someone pays a penalty.
HSBC, sort of 90 million customers around the world in 80 countries. They've had a real commitment to golf at all levels.
Well, arguably the widest target on the course here, 17th. Bunker left. It's not a bad place to be.
About on the fairway in the perfect spot ball.
It's just been terrific display so far from Robert, hasn't it? And like you say, Ken,
well, some people might have been worried that he might not have been able to cope with the situation today, the pressure of it all, but my goodness, he's coped. He's grown in stature, hasn't he, on the European Tour, Robert Rock today?
I'm glad you said that, otherwise I would have said not noticeably. Teeing it down, the driver going to squeeze one out, Tiger.
Go hard. Get over the rough. Get in there.
See, he's in the rough again.
He's wanting to go further left because see where it's gone where the crowd have trampled. It's a much better chance of getting a decent lie there.
Yeah.
Could see it at the last for a birdie. So he's going to finish with a 5, and that will be a round of 70 for him and 10 under par. He's in the clubhouse, sharing 6th place with Matteo Manassero. Both Manassero and Casilla only dropped one shot today. Not a very good week for him.
Yeah, it's worth keeping an eye on him for the season. Young South African, got a lot of talent.
Wonderful grandstands and hospitality units they have now at these golf tournaments. And the crowds this week have been very well behaved. It's been a busy week in Abu Dhabi. They've had a cricket test match as well, in which England lost heavily to Pakistan. But the golf has really been the main thing this week, and whenever they see themselves on the screen, up they jump. And a lot of youngsters here too, Ken.
Oh yes.
Interesting that HSBC are working on a program to encourage youngsters to play more golf, or even to play at all, because a lot of them don't have any golf lessons at school or at their golf clubs. There's
well, until there was grass courses here, they only had that one with the round greens.
That's right.
When you think, the head greenkeeper said here, there's been no rain for 22 months. You just can't believe how it looks, can you? It's all recycled water.
When they started with the grass courses in Dubai, which is where it really started, they very quickly realized that there was a market for tourism, golf tourism, bringing people down to play here. And there are 3 championship courses here in Abu Dhabi, and half a dozen other courses as well. What they don't have is a public pay and play course, which is perhaps what they really need to get youngsters involved.
Yeah, so this was originally built as a resort course, so I'm not quite sure whether it's a members club. I think they have got some members. And I think it's
they have, yeah.
I think it's open to people to play, but as you say, it's not a beginner's course.
No.
We've seen Rory there have a look up at the leaderboard. We'll now know that Rock has moved to 14 under, so he's 3 behind. So somehow he's got to be thinking, I need to hold this.
Yes.
He has laid up at 2, so this for an eagle, but you're not going to hold too many from this distance when you really want to make them.
Remember Robert Gamis?
Yeah. Yes.
It can be done. Ask Greg Norman.
Bay Hill.
You can have the odd hole in one, but they don't come along too often.
Someone asked Greg Norman after Gamis had told, what do you know about Gamis? He says, I don't even know him at all. Who is he?
Here he is. He'll be trying to can it. Yes! Sweetly played. Well, he's been a big hit this week, as he has always, wherever he plays around the world. McIlroy handled himself beautifully. Good interviews.
And he'll want to birdie the hole. If he can't win, then second. Finish ahead of Tiger if he can. Always a feather in anyone's cap.
But how penalising that 2 shots penalty was when he brushed the sand away.
You can do it, Tiger. Bring it home.
Yeah. I suppose if you were hard-nosed about it, you would say, well, he should know the rules.
Well, he does know the rules. He just forgot about them, I think. But there he is. If he does birdie the hole and finish 12 under, and there's no 2-shot penalty, he would have been 14 under, which is what Rock is at the moment.
You know, it's something he won't ever do again.
Well, he's found a decent lie here, Paul, with a little trampled area.
Yes, he has. A little disappointed he didn't shout 4, because that ball has actually finished in where the crowd was standing. And it's flattened all the grass down for Tiger. He's got 205 to go and a good angle into this pin.
If he hits this inside 15 feet, it's an absolute miracle shot. Setting up for a cut. The pin is sort of half tucked behind the right-hand bunker, but from here, not too badly. But it's a firm green. And coming out the rough, tough to hold the ball.
Get up there.
Didn't come out the way he wanted. He's got it on the green, but he's a bus ride away from the flag.
Well, he's always been saying throughout the week that the swing changes, it's all work in progress, and he's proved right.
184 for Robert. He's chased these pins down all day.
Tried to cut it in there, just held on to it a fraction. And on the green, that's just what he wanted.
Robert Rock is within touching distance of winning the Abu Dhabi HSBC Golf Championship.
Just see in the background Annie McPhee, the rules official, just trying to shoo them on. Go on, boys, get a move on at certain times.
They were on the clock
They might there
at one stage.
Plenty of time now. There's that unusual building in the background, that round just next to where we're staying.
It is an unusual building. I wonder what it looks like inside. It's an office block.
Well, an office round.
Well, let's see whether he can finish with the birdie to make up for the 2 shots that he's dropped. He dropped one at 16, he dropped one at 17, and This would get him back into a share of 6th place if he could pop it in. So he's going to finish joint 8th with Keith Horn from South Africa, who was round in 69 today. Torbjorn Allison, who led it halfway, who was round in 71. And Francesco Molinari's on that mark too, but not finished yet. Two costly slips just at the end by Paul. Here's Molinari, he'll too be putting for a birdie. And he could move up and share 6th with Malacero and Coetzee if he pops his one in.
Sixth position, if he was on his own, is about 72,000 euros, 73,000 euros.
He'll be in the clubhouse on even par 72, and so he shares 8th place. Sergio Garcia was round in 69 today. Cornet finished in 72, and they're on 8 under.
Logjam at the moment for 2nd, but Rory can slip out of that if he holds this one. Tricky one though, just down a little slope. Easy to get away to the right. Straight in.
12 under, he was 2nd last year, and it looks as if he's going to be 2nd this year. 67, 72, 68, 69 over the weekend for Rory McIlroy. In at 12 under par with a 2-shot penalty for a rules infringement at the 9th on the 2nd day.
Well, a good week though, 22 birdies for the week, 12 under par, and who knows, a few Ryder Cup points. This is not all over, well not yet anyway. He's one ahead of Tiger.
A long putt across the green, slightly up the hill for Tiger. Will break left to right as it runs out of speed.
Approach putt by Tiger, but not in, of course, so the best he can do is par.
Leaves the way clear for Robert, who's been a bit of an Ironman on tour over the last couple of years. He, 2 years ago, played 33 events, last year 32. I suspect he might change his schedule.
He is going to play less. He is going to play less anyway, but he might change his mind again if he wins here. He's going to spend more time designing and working at his academy.
Some village is missing his idiot.
Good pace on that putt from Rock, just what he wanted.
I think he's beginning to feel the heat now. Just puffing a little bit there, but what a great performance he's put in.
Yeah, it's been a wonderfully controlled performance.
Birdies on the card for Peter, one of those rounds that he'll want to forget in a hurry, because he's playing the next 2 weeks out here in Qatar next week and then Dubai.
So if Woods holds this and eagles the last, he gets to 11, 12, 13 under. So if Rock now makes a par at the 18th, the odds are very, very much in his favour that he's going to take the title. It's par 5.
He's done that a lot this week. Rock just keeping his concentration, keeping his focus, not worrying, not watching Woods. He's here to play his own game. This has got to go in.
Stays tied third.
Who would have believed that though, Renton? No birdies on the back 9 for Tiger when he's played so well all week. That over par. What a difference. Rock 1 under for this back 9 with all the pressure on him.
Super par at 17.
2 shots clear of the field with just 1 hole to play. Robert Rock from England is poised to take the title.
Let's give you a little tinkle down the 18th. Par 5, 567 yards. Water down the right, but it's quite a long way right. Can be just about reach for 2, otherwise you have to lay up in this area here, the fat part of the fairway. Pin back right. Deepest green on the golf course, 57 paces deep, 7 bunkers on the hole, and the pin just up the little ridge. Relatively easy spot because it's not the most undulating green, it just basically tilts from back to front gently.
And for the early players, Ken, they played this one downwind, quite a contrast to the way the leaders are going to play it into the breeze. They haven't seen anyone get up into since the winners turned round. Obviously a lot were getting up earlier on in the day. One more good swing, hey Paul?
Well, yes, as long as this one doesn't go right where the water hazard is, you got to think Robert's going to be home and hosed here, although he's not thinking that way.
No cameras, please.
Cameras again, just pulling him off a little bit. Bunkered down the left-hand side, that's where he's going to aim. If it goes into there, that's fine. If he just leaks it a little to the right, then he finds a fairway. So impressed with Robert today. All departments of his game, guys.
Eighteenth tee and Rock.
Gave that a big hit.
Oh my.
Is he in the water?
No, I don't think he's just cleared it. He's in where
Cameras away, please.
McIlroy hit it yesterday.
Stand still, please.
Oh dear.
Well, Robert's ball did go into the hazard, but there's a beach area within the hazard and the ball just landed in there. Fortunately, it missed all the rocks, but I haven't actually seen whether it's going to be clear for him to have a swing at and knock it down the fairway.
I just wonder whether the driver was the right club, because all we've got to do is make a 5.
I think it was okay, Ken, as long as it didn't go right. Say that wind's turned into the face, is a little off the left-hand side as well. And Tiger can get home here, and he's got to find the fairway.
Not again. Why did he hit it that straight for?
He's had a lot of trouble off the tee. That's hit 2 fairways.
Well, he's aiming for the cut and squaring the face up. He's hit a lot of pulls, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Worrying moments for Robert Rock. In the clubhouse, McIlroy at 12 under. He's 2 ahead of him.
Chasing one down there too, but he's looking to the left. And he's gone into the rough as well, but again into the well-trodden grass where the spectators are walking. Just a question of where the ball is lying on the beach beside the water and whether he can get a shot at it or not. And well, there's the ball.
Has he got a stance? Has he got a swing? I think he's been very fortunate there. Hard to tell from this angle, but certainly a half-decent lie, Renton.
He leads by 2. And that's an awkward spot for him off the tee at 18. How do you think Tiger will sum up his performance, Ken?
I think coming into today, he would have been absolutely delighted. In fact, he probably thought he was going to cruise home to victory in his mind, but hasn't driven the ball well enough today, and has been scrambling all day.
Paul, what's the situation with the ball, and does he have a shot?
Well, he has a number of choices, Renton. That the ball is actually okay. Unfortunately, his backswing is going to be impeded by a cactus plant to go straight down the fairway. He does have an option of aiming down the 9th and hitting it with a club face shut and bringing it back. That's a high tariff dive. He will have to stand astride a rock as well. So one or two questions to be asked of him here, and I'm sure the experience of his caddy will come into play.
So how far do you think you could move it down the 18th fairway?
Well, he's going to have to hit it at least 100 yards, no more than that, Ken, 120 yards or so, just to carry the water hazard that cuts into the fairway. Then there's a bunker beyond that.
No, he's trying to make a 5, remember. How far has he got to hit it to be able to reach with his 3rd?
Well, he needs to hit it down, but again, he really can't chip it out forward. If he's going to chip, he's going to have to come back almost sideways. So that leaves him in the region of 290 yards or so for his 3rd shot, or the option is to go back and drop.
You should ask Tiger if that's a loose impediment, that rock. And he could lift it. Remember that time at Phoenix?
Buddy, point of entry just behind you? Yeah, that's correct, yeah. I'd say roughly where that mic is.
Weighing up all his options as if he was thinking of dropping it. Well, if you're playing chess, he's in check. This is a really awkward spot. The lateral water hazard.
The thing is, though, Ken, it's where it actually crossed the margin of the hazard, which is another 30-40 paces back toward the tee.
Well, the odds are Tiger's not going to make an eagle. It's very unlikely he's going to make an eagle. So 12 under is what he's trying to beat.
So what you're saying, Ken, is that it's likely that a 6 would
Six
give a
would do it,
victory.
yeah. But whether he knows that.
Yeah, we can still make 5. Can't we? That's just too risky. It's a lion ship. I'm not being funny, but that's 9 shit and you're aiming right. Rob.
This is
don't
great
do all the
caddying.
good work just on a stupid shot. Just get your line of sight and don't think for it. Yeah, just.
He's thinking of that percentage.
But it is percentage. What he's going to do is forcing his man to think clearly. Always deep down for a play, he hates to go back. They always want to try and, if they can, go forward, move the ball forward, get a little bit nearer the hole, but sometimes going back is the right call.
Well, if he takes a 6, he's going to win, I'd say 98 times out of 100.
Yeah.
Maybe 99 times out of 100.
And he can still make 5 from here, not beyond the realms of possibility. Drop it 2, play up 3 on 4, hole it for 5.
Yeah, this is the real benefit of having a top-class caddy on the bag. Gary's just talking him through all the options. What are your percentages? And like you said, Warren, nobody likes to go back, but really this is the play. Drop it for 3 here. He's got a nice clear shot with a 3-wood down there. On for 4. Happy days.
Now tell us, how's Tiger lying? Because he's got to make an eagle if he's going to catch him if he drops the stroke.
Yeah, again, he's in the crowd on the left-hand side, so he's caught a bit of a good lie, but it's on quite a severe upslope as well, Ken.
Can't reach the green, no chance?
Well, you would never say never with Tiger, would you? But I think it's a long shot for Tiger to get there, plus the fact the pin's 43 paces back on the green.
The drama isn't over yet here in Abu Dhabi.
Well, I think by picking the ball up, he's taken, you would think, the big number out of this hole. If he'd have tried to play that shot and it could ricochet, could have gone in the water, could have left it in all sorts of trouble, could have gone up a palm tree. This way you think now he's going to play sensible.
193 carry.
You know, he's now playing for 5 or 6.
So it's free iron.
A lot of pressure on this shot to get it back in play on the fairway.
Well, he's got the thick end of 200 yards to go here to carry the bunker. The water hazard, then the bunker, then the rough to get it onto the fairway.
Off the left.
Which will leave him around about 100 yards to
Finish it on
go.
the second HSBC.
Finish it there. When do we go?
Left to right in. I can't put a good swing on it. Half and half, left to right.
Must find the fairway, otherwise he's compounding his error.
Cameras, will you?
Oh, he's played it well. He was put out by the cameras there, but he's made the fairway in 3. And, well, he could get down in 2 from there, or certainly down in 3. He shouldn't do more than 6.
He's ready. He smells an opportunity.
Tough ask to get it there. Hospitality going left, Ken.
Well, he would have to hold the next shot for his eagle. I don't think he's going to do that.
To win anywhere is tough, even for a former world #1 with 14 majors to his title. It's been a terrific performance by Rock up to now, but he's got to keep his composure. Almost has his hands on the trophy.
Yeah, 2 shots clear.
He's huffing and puffing. But back in play now. He's back under control of the ball. If he'd had a hack at it, could have gone anywhere.
Still not going to be the easy proposition. It's probably just knocked his concentration. The fact that he's played a poor tee shot's not going to dwell on that. It's going to be thinking about the next one. Gary's got to try and get him to marshal his thoughts and think about control, distance control for the next one. Always awkward, I think, playing up a green which is as large as the 18th here, and you've really got nothing to aim at. It's just green grass ahead of you.
Yes, it's difficult to judge the distance. It's a bit like the 9th at St Andrews on the old course. But he was, when his caddy must have snuffled round to find out how everyone had finished. There's not a close leaderboard. Anyway, having a quick look now, let's just check on the old scoreboard.
If he does win, he'll be the second Englishman to take this title. Paul Casey won it on 2 occasions. And victory here would earn him a place in the Bridgestone Invitational and the HSBC Champions events later in the year, and give him exemption right through to the end of 2014.
And a lot of world ranking points, 58 in total, which would move him from 117th round about 55th, just outside the top 50 of the world ranking. So, you know, his good week here would set him on target to getting him inside the top 50, which maybe he could do over the next few weeks.
Now, please.
And then his life really would change.
Well, then he is looking at a chance to make the Ryder Cup side, which is European Tour players' goal, one of them. Hansen first. Oh, sorry, Rock's having a quick go.
They're both going to play together, Ken, here.
Safely on the green in 4, 2 putts for 6, and 13 under.
We'd like that half that distance away, though.
Well, I think Robert was totally unaware that Peter was about to play his shot. Just lost focus on what everybody else is doing. He's in his own world, which is understandable. 120 yards for Peter Hansen.
Tiger will probably be getting a drop from line of sight. It seemed just on the edge of the big hospitality stand.
There's 5 dropping zones down the left-hand side on 18 here. You've got to find the nearest one. Tiger's in the first one there.
Did he take a drop?
Yeah, he was well blocked out by the hospitality units there. No charge on the drop. It's all getting a bit confusing down here. Players playing out of turn. And Tiger's 60 yards away from the front of the green. The pin is cut 43 on 6 off the right.
He can still make 4, Tiger, which would
ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the
time with Rory McIlroy on that mark.
Firstly, ranked number 47 in the world.
He came to win, he's disappointed he didn't win, but my goodness, what a difference he made to this tournament. The Tiger factor was fantastic this week.
He ended his long wait for a European Tour title in June of last year, claiming the BMW Italian Open. Please welcome from England, Robert Rock.
Well, Robert, you've just got to watch him.
And it is so great to see this man back. 14-time major champion, playing for the first time in Abu Dhabi from the United States of America, the one and only Tiger Woods.
Shane O'Donoghue doing the announcements.
Every tournament seems to end with an extra little bit of drama.
Well, this has been a fantastic day for Robert Rock. Really has. 3 under for his round.
I mean, he's hit most fairways, and yet he comes to the last and suddenly.
I'm not sure, he looks a little red-faced, as if he may have had shed a tear or two. Maybe not, he's a tough old cookie.
He was quite emotional when, sorry, I don't know whether Paul can tell us what the line is here. Paul? No. He was very emotional when spoken to yesterday by one of our colleagues, and who was saying, you know, you'll be playing with Tiger tomorrow, and it was just overwhelmingly emotional for him to think that as a club pro of just a few years ago, he was going to be playing with the former world #1. Goodness knows what he's going to be like if he wins this and beats Tiger.
Big putt coming up here, though. When you're trying to lay a putt stone dead so hard, you'll have the heart thumping, plenty of adrenaline. Can he find the touch?
2 putts to win.
That is magnificent. Great putt under the circumstances. Well done, Robert Rock.
He found the touch, Warren.
He found the belief in himself. And he's going to gain a great deal more belief in himself after this win when it sinks in. He knows he's got it now.
You've got to give his caddy a pat on the back there as well, Gary Hiddleston.
He can't believe it. He just can't believe what he's done. Taken on Tiger, taken on the #2 in the world, McIlroy. Luke Donald was here, the world's #1.
This was arguably the strongest field outside a major or a World Golf Championship event that we've ever had on the European Tour. And Rock is emerging as the winner. Meanwhile, here's Woods. This to finish joint second with Rory McIlroy. $450,000 to the winner here this week. I would like to give it in South African rand because it's 3,580,000. No, it's 35 million. 3,582,399 rand. Hansen. It's been one of those days that you just wish hadn't happened.
Yes, it is the funny, cruelest game. 64 yesterday. Everything went right.
Well, no birdies at all on the card today for Peter Hansen. 64, and today 14 shots more, 78 as he tumbled down the leaderboard. Who knows, maybe he'll win next week in Qatar.
And just coming up a little bit short today, Tiger. A few errant tee shots. Put himself under a lot of pressure, but he certainly brought a lot of zazz to this tournament.
Tiger Woods finishes with a 72 today. 3 bogeys, 3 birdies, and no birdies on the back 9. He finishes tied with Graham McDowell and Thomas Bjorn on 11 under. And this the shortest of winning putts for Robert Rock of England, the 34-year-old former club pro, scoring his second European Tour title in the sunshine here of Abu Dhabi. And the marvellous thing about it is 69, 70, 66, 70, but winning in such a quality field, beating one of his heroes, Tiger Woods. Wonderful performance, Ken, from Robert Rock.
Yeah, it was splendid. Had the ball under control all of the day. Hold some good putts, and it's something he'll be able to tell his grandchildren for many a year.
What will that do for his confidence over the next few weeks, months in his career? It's an enormous win for him.
Funny, I saw him on Wednesday. He was standing behind Tiger Woods, just watching him hit practice shots, as if he was looking to learn something from him. But now, at the end of the week, the Rock beats the Woods.
There was just one shot in it at the end. Rory McIlroy, for the second year running, finished second, just one behind the winner, Robert Rock. Graham McDowell, helped by an ace on the final day. Thomas Bjorn and Tiger Woods shared third place in the Abu Dhabi HSBC Golf Championship. Here, it was a wonderful week and a wonderful win by Rock. Well, in a moment, His Highness Sheikh Sultan bin Tanoon Al Nahyan, the chairman of the Abu Dhabi Tourism Authority, will be presenting the trophy to Robert Rock. And then the presentation party will be Simon Cooper, who's deputy chairman and CEO of HSBC Middle East.
Well, it's been a fantastic week's golf, hasn't it? It really has been a joy to be here. I hope you've enjoyed it watching at home, wherever you've been watching around the world.
Robert Rock winning with 13 under. Keep in mind that when the course wasn't playing quite so difficult last year, Martin Keimer won with 24 under, but they'd toughened up the course quite a bit this year. And 13 under is a pretty useful score around this course, designed by Peter Harradine.
We should also pat Rory McIlroy in the back as well, because he's battled away bravely, played with Tiger for the opening 3 days, finishes 12 under par, just one stroke shy in the end, and there was a lot of opportunities slipped by.
And that two-shot penalty, without it, he's 14 under. Beautiful evening here in Abu Dhabi. There's been so much excitement this week at this event, beautifully staged, and there's one of the falcons there. Just you can see the falcon there, the quite big birds. I'm not so sure I would particularly want to have the falcon on my arm. The course was a fine test, though, wasn't it, Warren?
Well, I think it's been superb. It is always in excellent condition when you come here, but this is the toughest. They have set the course up, and that's why, again, Rock should be really proud of his performance this week. Interesting that in his last round of 70, Rock should come through the victor. Made 2 6s on par 5s. Par 5s have been very difficult for the players. They've not been straightforward. When we've been here before, they've been kind of almost like long par 4s, but the toughening of the course has made every hole particularly difficult. And that's why some players have struggled on some of the long holes. It's been a really good test from tee to green and on the greens. Greens absolutely superb condition, and Rock putting as well as anyone.
Plenty of European players, European Tour players, I should say, because they weren't all Europeans, but plenty of European Tour players taking on Tiger this week, and they very nearly beat them all.
Oh, yeah. He's a superstar. He's up there with George Best and Zinedine Zidane and Muhammad Ali and the greats of sport, Pelé, Jonah Lomo. Tiger Woods is a unique sportsman. I suppose the two key moments for Robert Rock, he got a birdie at the 14th and a birdie at the 16th. Two very tough par 4s, and they just gave him that little bit of cushion.
Well, His Highness Sheikh Sultan bin Tanoon Al Nahyan, the chairman of the Abu Dhabi Tourism Authority, is the man who's going to present the Falcon Trophy to the winner of this year's championship, England's Robert Rock.
Welcome to the trophy presentation for the 2012 Abu Dhabi HSBC Golf Championship. Allow me to introduce you to the presentation party. To my far left, Simon Cooper, Deputy Chairman and CEO of HSBC Middle East. And next to him, His Highness Sheikh Sultan bin Tanoon Al Nahyan, Chairman of Abu Dhabi Tourist Authority, who I will now ask to present the trophy on our behalf. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Fantastic. Thank you again.
Robert, yesterday we spoke about the fact that just 9 years ago you were a club professional selling teas and Mars bars in the pro shop in the East Midlands there. Try and put into words what it feels to do what you've done today and hold off this world-class field to win this championship.
I really can't believe I've done that today. Such an amazing feeling. I was just very happy to be playing with Tiger Woods today, and that's a special honour in itself. And I just started off playing really good and really surprised myself. Early on I was very, very nervous, but hit some good shots. So then I began to thought, why not? But it's been a steady progression from when I finished work in the golf shops and stuff, and I've worked hard at my game, but I didn't think this would happen.
Talk to us about the 18th. When that ball was in the air off the 18th tee, your heart must have been in your mouth, surely.
Well, it set off okay, but it faded a bit, and the wind blew it, and it was a weak strike as well. So I didn't see it land, so I didn't know whether it was in the rough or in the sand. And then I saw Wayne looking quite awkwardly at it, so I thought, this isn't going to be very easy now. But thankfully I managed to get the next one in the fairway, and I figured I could do it from there.
How important was your caddy at that stage?
Yeah, he was good. Yeah, he thought I was thinking about the other shot seriously, and you got to have a look at them, but it wasn't on, so I'd take it back.
The chasing pack were capable of so much. Tiger Woods, Rory McIlroy can do incredible things on a golf course. What was going through your mind over the closing holes with, a couple of shot lead, 3-shot lead at times?
Yeah, well, I was just wanting to keep hitting good shots and making good swings and give myself putts for birdies, and I was expecting some pressure, but I had enough on my own shoulders, so I was just glad to make some decent swings right up to the 18th tee anyway, and that was a poor one. But
you were so excited to play with Tiger Woods. Tell us about that experience, because it intimidates the hell out of a lot of people.
Yeah, but he's a great guy. He's brilliant to play with. He was pretty fantastic to me all the way around.
What does this victory do for you going forwards?
I really don't. No idea. It's just an amazing tournament to win. I've not done very well here before either, so I'm absolutely amazed that I've done that this week.
I can tell you you're in the HSBC Champions, you're in the Bridgestone, you're in the top 60 in the world now, so you will get into the Accenture if you can stay there, and not far outside that top 50, which would mean the Masters. How excited about all that?
That's a bit too much all in one go there, isn't it? I've been struggling to crack the 100 mark, so I guess I've just done that, and I'll have a look at that maybe tomorrow.
People to thank?
Loads and loads of people to thank. I've got sponsors that have been with me all the way, tons of people that helped me with my game from time to time. I had some really good advice last week from Matt Belsham with my driving, and that helped a lot. And I'd help with Tony Johnston a couple of weeks ago in my short game, my manager, who else? Forgive me if I forgot anyone, but I'll thank you when I get time. But thank you to everyone.
How are you going to celebrate this win?
I don't know. I've got a flight at 2 o'clock, so I'm sure there'll be a little bit of champagne along the way.
Congratulations, a memorable day, well played.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
A really emotional moment for Robert Rock, and that was the very short putt he had to hold to score his second European Tour title. A title that earned him so much, and one of the first men to come across to congratulate him was Tiger Woods, who must have been very disappointed himself that he did not, as favourite, come through to win here in Abu Dhabi. Maybe they'll persuade him to come back next year and see if he can win it.
I think in a way Tiger was thrilled because he would have understood what this man, Robert Rock, was going through and what it took to win. It was a particularly difficult day out there, and Rock overcame all the obstacles and stuck to his guns.
Well, you can see that Robert Rock, with his victory, has moved into second place in the European Tour's race to Dubai, behind Brandon Grace, who won the last two events. Gusten, Oosthuizen and Els, all South Africans in the top five there. Elson, Bjorn, Kolstad, Jaco van Zyl and Charles Schwartzel. So plenty of South Africans up there, but two Englishmen too. Rock in second place and Jamie Elson in sixth. Well, let's hear what Tiger Woods had to say about today. He's talking with Wayne Riley.
Tiger, sum up the week for us if you would.
I was right there with a chance to win golf tournament and didn't do it. You know, I was right there today. I got off to a beautiful start. Misjudged the wind on the next two holes and then hit two bad pitches back to back. So, you know, I just felt I was just a touch off. You know, I was telling Steve over there, I said, you know, a couple of the balls were just going further than I thought they normally would. You know, a couple of my 3-woods went about 320, and a couple of my iron shots, 8 irons were going about $180, and the numbers I don't normally hit. So I've got to kind of reassess that and try to figure that out.
You say reassess it, Tiger. In what respect? Do you go home now? How many tournaments you got before the Masters? Because it's very much full-on practice up until the Masters, because the green jacket is the ultimate goal next. How hard do you practice between now and then?
Well, I got a week off to get ready for Pebble, and then we have a couple big events. We have a couple of World Golf Championships. You know, so there was plenty of big events to go, but I'm pleased with the progress I've made so far. You know, basically since Australia, my stroke play events, I've been doing pretty good. So I just need to keep building, keep getting more consistent. You know, today was a day where I putted beautifully. I just didn't give myself enough looks.
Those golf courses down there, especially that Royal Melbourne, that'll sort you out. What about a word for Robert Rock?
Robert played great today. I mean, he played solid. He was consistent. He didn't do anything wrong today. He was in play. Made a couple key up and downs here and there, but overall, just kept the ball right in front of him. And he did hit a couple beautiful iron shots down the stretch, and made a couple putts.
Thanks for your time, Tux.
Yeah, see you, Ryder.
Well, Tiger didn't win, but he was very complimentary there about the man who beat him, Robert Rock. Robert Rock played more steadily today than Tiger. It was the driver, it was through the green that Tiger was let down. That's the way it finished here, with Rock winning by 1 from Rory McIlroy. Graham McDowell, Thomas Bjorn and Tiger Woods finishing third, just ahead of Matteo Manacero and George Coetzee from South Africa. Keith Horn, Thorburn Ullison, who led it halfway, Francesco Molinari and Paul Lawrie were all on 9 under par, 4 shots off the lead.
To watch another DP World Tour video, click here, and to subscribe, click here.